Sometimes you gotta look at these fuckers, laugh at these fools. Just gotta laugh at
I had they told, no screaming they balls, so watch you I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last get all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, he's in the past the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake, watch you I laugh more. I hear how they told, no screaming they balls, so watch you I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last get all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, he's in the past the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake, watch you I laugh more. Black is my movement, it's never gonna stop. Driving and moving my way to the top. I ain't recruiting the builders of blocks. Fusion and hood and the cream of the crop. Following the birds and the part of the flock. Most of them capping, they lying and pop. Watching these fools, they move with the ops. Sense of my work with the trolls be the cops. Dreaming is something gon' get you a sentence. Reading and running, best watch what you stepping. Talking about nothing won't get you no mention. He do that be frontin', I pay no attention. Gotta keep watching they spine with tension. Why they get real when you start to address them? They not the starters, they not even veteran. Walk with the boss, I don't deal with the henchmen. I look in their face and I laugh. Cause they be talking, I put in no work. Can't keep the pace with the dash. When that pressure come, watch them reverse. I'm in the streets and they mad. They on computers and dealing with hurt. I'm the king of my past. Cause what don't kill you make you the worst. I had they told, no screaming they balls, so watch you I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. These in the past, it's all. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch you I laugh more. I hear how they told, no screaming they balls, so watch you I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. These in the past, it's all. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch you I laugh more. They just be talking, not making no sounds. That's why I laugh when it comes to these clowns. Cause they not scratching that part of my crown. If you're not building, who keeping you round? How you not safe any part of your town? But you got cappers and keepers around. But they won't rescue you. If it go left for you, then you be stuck with your face in the ground. That's why I laugh and I never get triggered. Riddles be sad like crime in your river. Focus on black, my plans are just bigger. These are just facts, signed and delivered. They are just mad, they're not in the picture. What are you building when nobody switching? Talk with a ball, but loud as a whisper. I speak for the streets and these are my scriptures. I look in their face and I laugh. Cause they be talking, I put in no work. Can't keep the pace with the dash. When that pressure come, watch them reverse. I'm in the streets and they mad. They on computers and dealing with hurt. I'm the king of my past. Cause what don't kill you make you the worst. I had they told, no screaming they balls, so watch you I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. He's in the past, the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch you I laugh more. I hear how they told, no screaming they balls, so watch you I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. He's in the past, the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch you I laugh more.
Sometimes you gotta look at these fuckers, laugh at these fools. Just gotta laugh at
Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, I need son. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, I need son. I look you straight in your face and call out your nonsense. I give you fire to your face and call out the palm print. Black is my race and the only thing I'm acknowledging. Survived so many days as a slave, so now I'm not following none of your rules or your talking points or your politics. Once was a fool for your coin, but now we counterfeit. Survival of the fittest, just a black power apocalypse. Black man, no cape in his hand, I'm always popping shit. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, I need son. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, I need son.
Yerp. Yeah, I don't know what happened in that last stream, y'all. We gonna blame it on. I don't know who to blame it on, but somebody. I I don't know what happened,
Yeah, I had
honestly.
to error. It said I couldn't type.
Yeah, the stream. I don't know what happened to the stream. Um,
You didn't have no error. It's not there now.
I'm at to clean up and then back up. Like, yeah, it be. So if you're just tuning in,
What's up, child,
definitely.
please?
The troll I blocked. I don't know. They figure it out. But we back at it. Black addicts, baby. Give my sound. In the beginning of the video, my phone died while I was setting up the stream.
I'll be back in front of the computer.
So yes, y'all, discussing the world of Pan African internet, social media, media itself. Um, Bobby, before the stream ended, was asking. So I was asking, well, how did I connect Africa to Bobby in the convo? And I was just stating, for me personally, Africa Bambaataa was influential in my early years in terms of how I understood Pan Africanism. Not so much as the word, but just like this is part of the the positive aspect of Black culture, um, and we focus on our roots and our history. And then coming up in Brooklyn, of course, with my family, my pops, there was an understanding of Blackness and an appreciation of Blackness. So that's how he gets into this convo. So him, and I stated this in the other video, but of course, everybody knows about the Hassan camp, and there was people that confirmed uh, that side of the story. Several different people from the Bronx that I know. To the point where they're saying like, yeah, everybody knew he was messing with the youth and this and that. Wow.
Everybody know.
I'm like, that's crazy. And he was younger at the time, so that's just like, damn, B. And I know there's many other people who have had influence on it, for the early years in hip hop because of him and other people. Shit, I was saying Flavor Flav threw me off with that whole. I didn't understand him from the beginning. I haven't seen him from the beginning. Let me see.
All right, man. Yeah, I had New York politics. Politics. Uh, he came out. Or Michael Jackson. Or one song.
Yep. But yeah, y'all. So now, Roland Martin. Roland Martin has cosplayed as Pan African for years, and definitely represents for the boule, the weird, the upper room Pan Africans. It was like when you look at all of this together, it's like, damn, bro, how the hell we gonna get over this hump? How the hell are we gonna get over this hump? Then you go on TikTok. Or watch the video I gotta do on TikTok. Man, listen, bro. The African Pan African War is just crazy. I saw a video today talking about who's worse, South Africans or Black Americans. I was like, damn, son. Damn. Ugly.
There are other events that make it more. Hip hop, economics, and anything. STEM research, especially progressive Afrocentric topics. Definitely not promoting that. America primarily represents the EU, Scandinavian, Nordic, Viking, shit like that. Greek, Roman.
Yeah, I'm getting to the computer. Getting to the computer right now, y'all. Have some fun. A little while. We off this. Out of here like I'm out of here. Out of here like I'm out of here, baby. So yeah, baby. So yes, very, very whack, you know, day in hip hop with the passing of Africa Bambaataa. You know, no clarity, no closure in the situation, and it's overall just an L for hip hop. Like straight like that, just overall L for hip hop. Now, Pan-Africanism takes that L as well, and then it just connects the overarching conversation, or connects the overarching conversation of media and representation, and the effects of this representation on the people. You know what I mean? And before we just throw out white people, white people, white people, it's like, hold on, y'all. You know, we was driving the car. Right, we gotta take some accountability there. That's what it's about at all times. Like that's what's gonna make us level up. We taking accountability. Now we can see how we can elevate. And that's the focus at all times. Elevation. Elevation, elevation, elevation. Like, you know, I can bore people out all the time with science, not just myself, the team over here. And not everybody over here is a Pan-African. You ain't ish, Let Hurts. Yo, you ain't ish. You see, I try to make the picture look like somebody light-skinned from... There's several light-skinned dudes that he was going after. He had a little thing for light-skinned, black, you know, Latino, whatever. Whatever category y'all want. He had a thing for them boys, right? He had a thing for them boys there. He had a thing for them boys there. Nasty work. Nasty work. You know, just hearing and growing, hearing Africa, Bambatta as a youth, hearing the music, playing it. Yo, man, this shit, yo, hurts my heart, son. But then I asked myself, was it all a grift in the first place? Was it all a grift? They used to sell African magazines, cocoa butter. Bobby, what's the next bar? Dashiki's in the Dashiki's. Oh shit! Hold
and the red, gold, and green beads.
With the red, gold, and green beads.
Oh, that's crucial. Jesus Christ.
Oh shit.
Man, I don't even know. I don't know how well I do know, man. I think the roots of African Bambaataa and Malachi York run so deep in hip hop that if them niggas start exposing really what they done did, man, they might shut down 99% of all rappers that ever existed, man. That's what's sad.
Let me join on the phone.
Yeah, between Malachi York and African Bambaataa, yeah, they pretty much touched everything hip hop and hip hop affiliated.
The Pan-Africanist said, "Nah, it wasn't a grift. Don't give up." I'm not. For me, Pan-Africanism is in a whole different era not even era, it's in a different category of understanding for me. So it's a historical understanding. And it's an ideology that's part of the reality that Black people have. And so saying you're an FBA, and the idea of being an FBA is trying to get Black people to come together and organize within their region, which is a form of Pan-Africanism. It's very much regional based, which is Black nationalism. I have no problem with Black nationalism. Focus on your region. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't got a region bang. The region banging shit is annoying. You know what I mean? Like, especially if we not region banging. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I heard a panel on TikTok with a bunch of people from different countries in Africa, and I was my phone had died, and I wanted to jump on their panel because they was talking about how they're better in school than Black Americans, and I was like, damn, this conversation whack. And it's like, this shit going left. And it's like, we supposed to be uniting the minds right here. But that type of conversation to me is a better space. Because like, that's something we can quantify and we should be healthily competing in. Like, who's producing more, physicists? Who's producing more engineers? Who's producing more, artists, clothing designers? Like, that's an area that we should be looking at to quantify and say, like, yeah, let's compete in this area. Just a baseless competition over, whatever's being left over or being given out or being handed out from white folks, honestly. But outside of that, it really, it's whatever. All the crimes in Jamaica and America being created by or committed by Blacks from the Caribbean. No. I don't know that. I guess that's a classification. Like, outside of that, it's like, what are we talking about? And I'm cool with the extra classification, whatever. Delineate. Where are they being produced and where are those talents being utilized to better Black people? Exactly. That's what the conversation is supposed to be about. That's what it's supposed to be about. But you know. So yeah, let's
What you think about the little homie that's making the plastiline? You know who that is? Q Butter.
Yeah, he dope. Push the science.
Okay. Because I didn't know if he was legit or not. You know what I'm saying? I always see, you know what I'm saying? I see people, I most of the people I see trying to refute him be the white boys. So that's what made me be like, nah, I don't know. This nigga might be on to something that motherfuckers really trying to just hate on him slick.
It's good for the conversation in the Black community. And it's good for the conversation in terms of, I think, the world in terms of like pushing experimentation for the goal of bettering life. I think that's what to me he represents. You know what I mean? Like, people are tired of paying that much for gas and we want to have a hand in the conversation. So I think that's and that's a healthy perspective.
But that's not it. I don't want people. I don't want the implication of thinking it's the same thing. It's not. This is not Iran, Hormuz shit.
Nah, it's just that Iran. Everybody knows Iran ran up the gas. The prices is crazy right now. Prices is crazy right now. So it is what it is. But just so y'all know, anybody new, everybody can get shots over here. It's not like somebody got safe haven. It's up all the time. All the time. All right, but let's get to it. Let me share this screen. the hell is his name? My man, Roland Martin. Yeah, I want to see Roland Martin dancing for the Latinos. I was gonna go to Roland Martin dancing for with Hillary Clinton. That to me was crazy. That was like, wow, the son, just wow. And you know, he got that big ass head. So he look even crazier. Like, yo, my man, what are you doing? What are you doing, son? And it looked like one of the, you know, a real minstrel dance. It just looked crazy. And he was really out there with the tap shoes on, so you couldn't make that shit up, son. You would have thought he was trolling. If it was Drewski, you'd be like, "All right, he trolling." But I would love to see Drewski do that one. If Drewski did Roland Martin, that would end Roland Martin's career. Let me see, Roland. Where you at, man? I want to go to YouTube. Might have to end up on YouTube looking for it. There we go. Oh my, this was horrible. It was horrible, son. This was horrible, son. Oh my goodness, this was horrible. Yeah.
Oh, Miss Hillary. Oh, so good to see you, Miss Hillary. I love you, Miss Hillary. Welcome to TV1. Oh, Lord. I dance with dance, I dance with NASA. I dance with NASA. I dance with NASA. I dance with NASA.
Yo, son, is that Tariq? Yo, son. That is funny as hell, son. Oh my goodness. Son, horrible. Somebody in the chat said they didn't see him as a real Pan-African. That's the reason why I said grifting 101. A lot of these dudes aren't Pan-Africans. They just realize I can grift off of it. So not a lot of people are mad at the grifters. It's like throw away the history, throw away Malcolm X, throw away all the meetings, throw away all the things that we've done, that have been done. Throw it out, throw it out, throw it out. Let me see. Where this other one at? Y'all said dancing for the Latinos. He got thrown in the Pan-African box. You come out with a dashiki on you in the box, B. Just being real with you, you know what I'm saying? You know how the world going. And this ain't my view, but that's how social media does it. He wore a dashiki once. He a Pan-African. Like, man, listen. Oh, yeah, I saw this earlier.
Intentional. Because your boy Roland Martin, he happens to be a member of my organization. And I wanted to give you some balance. Not everybody is buck dancing and tap dancing for the Democratic Party.
What?
But I must admit, there is a serious problem in my fraternity of people like a Roland Martin. We got a lot of, because, you know, if in case you did not know, Governor Westmore is a member of my fraternity.
Yeah.
See, now there's a big dichotomy. It's a big shift, and there's big separation between camps, because on the other side, you got brothers like Dick Gregory, who's a member of our organization, right? Who was a member. Rest in power to Dick Gregory.
Always.
Right. And even though I may not fully align with everything this next brother has to say, I know he has the interests of our people in heart, and that's Brother Cornell West.
Okay.
He's a member of the fraternity as well. And my fraternal organization, for me, my anniversary is tomorrow. I'll be a member of 35 years. And I'm going to talk to people, let them know that Roland Martin throws on his letters to, and people always say, oh, he's boule, and then they attribute his mindset to all of us. But no, I'm a foundational Black American, man. I'm down for my people first, second, and third. And I believe in being honest. I'm an independent. I don't align myself with any party. I believe in policy. Also, let me give a shout out to those brothers that are doing the good work. I can talk this talk and walk this walk because I'm financial. I'm a life member. I'm on the education committee. I'm a social service committee. So I pay my dues. So I do all of that. So I have a right to run my mouth. I don't know what Roly Poly does. I have no idea. But what I can say is that brother and I, we do not align politically. And some of the things he says about our people is reprehensible. And I don't appreciate it. So if a brother has a problem with what I have to say, be sure to check him as well.
Yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt. Give it up for that, man. Yo, sound like somebody may have pissed you off a little bit there, dog. What happened, bro? You came in kind of high, like
brother,
man, you had to get somebody straight.
Brother.
Jackson 2 times said not roly poly. Yeah, roly poly out there. Not everybody on the buck dancing. Not all Pan-Africans is buck dancing, but we got to take accountability for the visual. The visual is real. I mean, like that's just a fact. The visual is definitely real. And it hasn't been, there's people that's put in work, beyond, just not beyond myself. Unfortunately, ain't enough light on them folks, so it is what it is. Us folk that's doing the work just gonna keep working. Call it a day. You working, you ain't got the time to focus on the content. You just jump in and jab and keep it pushing. Do whatever, however you can. Stay focused on the work. That's not what's happening. The focus is not on the work. And that's what's kind of pissing me off in the convo, in the greater conversation. That's what gets metal when some people telling me, yo, Q, don't even associate yourself even with the convos and you bigger than all of that. I'm like, yeah, but that's my foundation still, bro. Like, It just is what it is. It just is what it is. The foundational black Greek, LOL. Man, listen. Man, listen. I said on the other stream, like, look, I don't jump out the window with the American label. I ain't throwing up America because America ain't throw up black folks. Like, I'm an American citizen. My family been here, blah, 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 and all that good stuff. But, you know, Tariq grifted off of Pan-Africanism too. Like, that's just a fact. Could I find an area of defense for Tariq? I mean, I could hypothesize any of that, but, you know, just keeping a spade there, like them first 3, 4, 7, I don't know what number headed colors they on. I don't know. I lost count. Come here, what up, sis?
Hey Q, what's going on?
What it look like?
Not much. So I came up here to ask you, what prompted this stream? Did FBA bully you into doing this?
No. This is dead. I never messed with what's his name, Roland Martin, and he definitely. See, first of all, I see this as a grift of Pan-Africanism. And I'm understanding how many people have been using the idea of selling people that I'm with the blackness as a cloak. And so people are angry with the people who have been using it as a grift. So, and that's where, like, I had to understand, like, personally understand, like, how is it that, you know, how is it that we've allowed, and this is within the Pan-African community, right? There's a strong conversation and vibe around, like, upper classness, bougie. Yeah, there's a definitely like I was just being like dead real with you, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm hood. Like, I'm RBG. So mostly I don't know the RBGs. So RBG, when you hear me on my video and I say RBG or RBG is hood. You know what I mean? Pan-Africans is Pan-Africans. RBG is like the ghetto urban sector of Pan-Africans. They don't really mess with most Pan-Africans.
But it sounds like you're talking about it from a New York standpoint, because that's your point of reference.
Are you familiar with Deprez?
No, it sounds like
No, that's what I'm saying. Are you familiar with Deprez?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
So the person who came up with the title, the name RBG, he's from Florida. Like, literally the term RBG. Like, that's a whole, he's from Florida. If you look up Tahir RBG, shout him out. He's literally one of the ones that came up with it. And it's a whole underside of it. And so I've always had issues with the summarization of the community. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just that now the community is separated in many ways. I've always been like, yo, I'm straight Black power and Pan-Africanism from the street side and from the very community side. None of this has anything to do. You know, none of this has anything to do with that, how that works. But the reality and the perception of it, like the one of the faces of Pan-Africanism in hip hop is going out as a pedophile.
But see, that's the point, that's kind of the disconnect where I don't really follow. I understand everything that you're saying, but where it seems like everything is connected, you're connecting everything back to hip hop. So if someone's not part of that culture,
to media.
You said media?
Yes, to media. How media has been able to be used as a tool for people to grift off of Pan-Africanism.
But you're tying it back to the hip hop culture, not just Black people, because every Black person who would call themselves a Pan-African is not necessarily associated with or entrenched in hip hop like you are, or would even know the people who you are talking about, or who you would consider the faces of RBG, of Pan-Africanism. Some
But they
people,
do know Umar.
yeah, because Umar's branded himself like that. So as far as your argument and grifting, yeah, I can give you that. But everyone seems to tie themselves to someone and need someone to represent them. And I think that's probably why I came up here, is to find out, why does it matter? Okay, let me backtrack. Representation does matter, especially when you're labeling yourself something and a whole group of other people are labeling themselves that thing. So they're associating you with your actions with the entire group. So I get that part of it. But why are these the heroes? Why are these the faces? Why does everyone need to tie or
Oh no,
connect
they were all
themselves to
chubby.
to a
They were just
person?
chubby. Umar
It was just,
Johnson and Son look alike to me. And then I just was like, who's another chubby
no,
person?
no, no. I'm not talking about this picture. I wasn't here when you
Oh,
guys created this, so I don't even know what all of this is about.
and that was just
As far as the
it was
picture.
just that, yeah, it was just a quick, yeah, it wasn't that much thought to it. But again, my bad, continue.
Yeah, but I just don't really understand why everything needs to have a face or representation. Umar Johnson, yes, he calls himself that, but if I think of Pan-Africanism, I don't think of Umar. I don't think of an individual person. I think of the community, the connectivity across the diaspora. That's what I think about when I think about Pan-Africanism. When you talk about RBG, maybe that's something that I'm completely ignorant to, because the way you're describing it is not how I thought of it.
Well, no, this, in the sense of it, how do I word it? This, like, how people, the level of connectivity between the conversations and the overlap in the communities caused a lot of this dissension that's there. Like in many of the spots, from Lamert Park to West End Atlanta to the conscious areas in Nashville, like, the community is blended together. So you might have Israelites, 5%ers, Black nationalists, you know what I mean, like super liberal Democrats showing up with dashikis on, like, and for many years, everybody was underneath the Pan-African wave. Like, as long as you say you Pan-African or throw a flag up in a black fist, you're gonna get in the club.
And what does that mean? That just means you're Black and you're for Black people, right? Or does it mean something deeper and bigger than that?
Depends on the
To
grift.
most
It
people.
depends on the person. It depends on the grift.
You keep calling it grift. These individuals are grifting.
Yes. So the individual.
Umar can tomorrow call himself an FBA, and all the people who hate him right now would be bigging him up.
No,
So it's just a
if I
label,
sounded
and
like,
that means
I'm attaching the
absolutely
grift to the
nothing,
person.
because
The grift is
if he called himself an FBA, says I disavow Pan-Africanism, it was all BS. All of these people who are saying fuck Umar, he ain't shit. Guess what? If he called himself the king of FBA, they would all be treating him the same way they're treating Tariq Nasheed. That would be their new god. So it's just a label. So you guys are putting all of this on him, regardless of what he calls himself. The Black community is the one who made Umar who he is. So just got to deal with it, is in my opinion. As far as Pan-African, the whole concept of Pan-Africanism failing Black people, that's a whole separate concept. You could say individuals who call themselves Pan-African has failed the Black community, but the idea of Pan-Africanism, I don't think that's a complete fail. And I'm not a Pan-African. So when I come up here, I ask a lot of questions. I don't have a dog in the fight for any of these conversations, for a lot of these labels or things that you guys talk about. I don't have a dog in the fight. It's just trying to get more just clarity on what you guys are actually talking about, because some of the things that y'all are saying doesn't make sense, because it seems like it's all about a specific individual, and then people are just, oh, we're just mad and disappointed that this person didn't live up to whatever expectations that you guys had in your head about them. That's what it seems like with a lot of these people.
Well, I can see that, but for here, the connection is media, and the media portrayal
Which media?
music,
Black media? That only reaches
Music,
Black
social.
people.
This represents music, news media, social media. Like all three platforms of media, they represent, and how the perception of. And I could just put somebody different in Roland Martin. I might just put other whatever.
Roland Martin's in the crosshairs of FBA just because he's not saying anything negative about Black immigrants, or that's the only reason why he's in the crosshairs. And I understand the whole political shield and all of that stuff. I get that whole aspect, but he just seems to be the new guy that's on their hit list. That's all it is to me. And the people who call themselves independents, how are they independent when everyone they seem to align with are Republicans? So to me, those are fake independents. They're not real independents. They're just basically, they just don't want to call themselves Republicans, in my opinion. And Roland Martin, he's a Democrat and he stands in it, and good or bad, he picks a side and stands on that side. He's not standing in the middle. So I don't have a problem with him, because I look at him in the same way I would, who is it, the media, the one who owns the Weather Channel, the media, Byron Allen. I look at him as him, I would put him in that bucket, because he seems like he wants to get as much media shares as possible. To me, that's what Roland Martin represents. Roland Martin is capitalism. So if you say that he's talking to Black people as a grift, I could see what you're talking about, but I don't necessarily see that, because he's just basically trying to reach the Black community. And who else in media is really trying to reach the Black community or be a space for Black people to get their news?
There's many people.
Who?
Which platform you want to go on?
I don't.
Like,
you know more. You probably
he's
are more familiar with them than me.
He's not syndicated anymore. So like his platform, he's just running off the fact he was on YouTube. He was on Fox and that before, but
yeah, he's a journalist, media, and YouTuber.
And he's not a big one anymore. All the YouTubers who do content consider themselves Black media. You know what I mean? I'll go with Taz, but there's a bunch of Black Authority, you know, Tariq. The Black media is all over the place. Media now is all over the place. Like with social media, and it's individual, like delivered. So like on TikTok is beating the hell out of YouTube. And because there's so many platforms that just got 50 to 100 people watching. You got a million of those now. YouTube used to be the main spot to go to. Instagram, TikTok, everybody got a little 30 people, 40 people watching, 80, 100, 200. And the conversation is completely all over the place. And on that platform is based off of straight trolling. Like pick a title, put a title in the title. I mean, put a side in your title and let people come up and get triggered. So it's all a grift now. It's straight up front grifting. But in the context of what I did here, like for me, the real was Africa Bambaataa. Like personally, that's a foundating image for me as a youth, as I understood the conversation that developed into Pan-Africanism. Seeing those symbols of Africa, hearing its name, seeing the other people that were associated with that cultural push, you know, that for me was foundational in my understanding of life. So for him to be associated with pedophilia is crazy.
Well, pause out the pedophile thing for a moment. Put a pause on that for a moment. But that makes sense, where I was trying to get an understanding how he fit into the whole Pan-African imagery. And that made sense what you just explained, how he basically helped push it with how he moved within the community and him talking about Africa and Black symbolism and so forth. And so I understand that part of it.
I think he was just grifting too. Like, ain't no real Pan-African messing with no kids. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just.
See, I can't do that whole. When you guys do that, it doesn't make sense, because we know that
the future.
It's almost like you're saying there are no Pan-Africans who have ever done that. It's just like saying there are no FBAs who have ever done that. That's complete. That's what it sounds like.
Once you do that, you lose your badge. You know what I'm saying? Like it has to be that, because the mission of the historical mission of Pan-Africanism is rooted in creating a future for Black people. That's protecting the children. So anybody who violates children is automatically done. You cannot fuck with the children. That's the future. So what? No, it's over for you. It's over. Like all of that stuff was just a shield so nobody can see the evil person you really was. You grifted.
That Pan-African wasn't his shield. That was just who he was. That's just who he was. It's not to say, he used Pan-Africanism to get over on people or to be liked by people or to push unity while he was doing something behind the scenes. No, he just did that. That's just because the type of person he was. He just happened to be in that community, in that space. So I can't put, unless it's a cult and that's what you practice, then I can't put a person's action on an entire group of people unless it's a cult.
Are you familiar with Zulu Nation?
I've heard of them loosely, yeah.
Like that was a massive movement in New York City. Not to say like it was a huge movement. You know what I mean? Like these things, like the amount of people who were influenced by this man in hip hop, the stain that he put on hip hop is just a reality. Like that's heartbreaking. Like that's
because you looked up to him. I don't feel the same way. I look at him as just a person who is a degenerate, violent person who did what he did. I look at him in that way, but I don't put Pan-Africanism over what he did. Because I don't see him as anything as a man who did something that was vile and evil.
But that's why I said Pan-African grifting 101.
But Q, we already know, well, not we, but I'm assuming you already know that these people really don't care. Do you see how they defend these men? All that matters is if it's their faves that's doing it. So I don't think some of these people who come out there and act like they're so outraged, they don't really care. They do not care. If did this man go to jail? Did he go to jail? Was he convicted of anything?
No,
exactly. That means the outcry people weren't that enraged. These people just say they're enraged, but their actions always show something different. So that's why when I hear people come on and they said they're disappointed, we look out for kids. I'm not talking about you. I can assume you understand the type of people I'm talking about. People who come on here and it's fake outrage, in my opinion, because they don't really care. Because they will turn the next side of their mouth and talk out of both sides of their mouth and defend somebody just because they're their favorite celebrity, even though that celebrity did the same exact thing that the next person did. These people don't really care.
I mean, I do.
Yes, based on your actions and what you've shown online and how you've shown yourself, I believe that.
That's the reason I'm saying it. Like the African Bambatta bothered me. You know what I'm saying? Like that was. Like, I understand, like, so you have multiple perspectives here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could have added another, let me see, who would be another.
So you keep naming people. I don't even know these people because all I think about in Pan-Africanism is the concept. And I'm not a Pan-African. Labels are a thing, the grouping, labels, cliques, that I'm anti all of that. So I don't, I'm for everybody that's Black. That's really all it is for me.
But are you from that personally? That's all it is for me. That's why this doesn't really matter.
So you can put another person up on that screen. It doesn't mean anything to me.
No, but that's why. But it does affect.
They're not a
Pan-Africanism though. Because
I get the representation aspect of it.
Not just representation, resource management. Like if you have a platform, some of our greatest elders are who they are because of the platforms they had and what they were able to influence because of their platforms, how they were able to orchestrate our community because of their platforms. There's nothing being orchestrated with these people and their platforms.
So they did no good.
And this is affecting Pan-Africanism.
That was a question. So are you saying they did no good? I'm not talking about Africa Bambatta because that's the whole depravity that I don't even want to go into and link to the whole Pan-Africanism. But are you saying these people did no good?
I can't quantify it. Like outside of social media influence and news, like that's how it's outside of that. I can't like what structure was designed, and then what was the social impact that these individuals had, and that's how we should be talking from the Pan-African perspective. It should always be a quantifiable conversation centered on impact. Like, how many people have you affected and impacted? How many like people have you in helped, and what resources are you moving to the community? How are we navigating? Because it's a real issue, but we've allowed the conversations to turn into denigrate into just nonsense. And
okay, so
and that's across whichever area you look at it.
So you're saying that these people were supposed to be the representation and tell people what the standards were and what the measures and metrics were? Is that what their job was supposed to be?
Orchestrate. The Underground Railroad wasn't about talking about it. It was orchestrating the movement of Black people. And people who had platforms paid Black people who paid and helped orchestrate the ability through their resources, the ability to get Black people from the South up. You know what I mean? Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X. Like Malcolm X didn't just talk; he used his platform to orchestrate Black people to do things. Martin Luther King, you know what I mean? Some of these people were straight broke. They didn't have no bread. They just had a platform, and they used their platform, and we measured them through their platform. The Black Panthers used their voice, and through their voice, they immediately went to let's orchestrate. I'm a baby underneath that era. So RBG and Black nationalists so that was one of the issues that Khalid had with the Nation of Islam and some of their force. When he took over, he said, "Yo, I'm about this work. All this extra stuff, let's get straight to the work." And that was a tone that was being spoken underneath some of the Pan-African talks in the 80s, because Pan-Africanism for a lot of people turned into historical conversations about Egyptians. Like, that's how my pops used to talk about, like, yo, these dudes just want to talk about Look how In Living Color portrayed Pan-Africans in the 80s. Peace, my brother. And you got the white girl behind him with the babies. They did that. What movie was they did that in 91? They was doing that.
Is that Pan-Africanism? Is Pan-Africanism Hotepism? Is that the same thing?
It has been, but for many people, it has. It has. When you hit a Grand Rising sister, that's some Egyptian shit.
But how is that? That's okay. All right. Okay. So is that the reason why they're saying that Pan-Africanism is dead?
No,
there's no impact in the community. Well, and also just a pin in that, in those days, they were in a different structure. It was all about community. Black people had to stick together back then.
I wouldn't say Pan-Africanism is dead. I would say that the realities that Pan-Africanism is facing is still prevalent. And so the essence of Pan-Africanism, Black people working, FBA is an example of Pan-Africanism. Like when Queen Nanny organized the Maroons in Jamaica, her deal with the British was she got to only focus on her people now. She's still a foundation, like Francisco Menendez. In order to help Black people, you had to pledge allegiance to the Spanish and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
And I get that.
Yeah. So there's nuances in the relationships and how our pursuit for freedom has been over time, but the pursuit has still been something that we've been orchestrating, that you can quantify, and you can recognize that there has been some level of orchestration with a purpose. I have the same issue with Tariq Nasheed. I'm like, yo, bro, like at the end of the day, your platform quantifiably is greater than any of what the ancestors had. Umar Johnson's, if I get into my militant shit, super militant, every resource matters. Shut the fuck up and tell people to line up. That's how the Asians do. Oh, you got a voice? You got a voice? All right, look, you're going to say this because your people listen to you, or you're going to talk for us. When it gets down to the conversation, that's when it gets militant.
Yeah, they're not really militant. And I would not have an issue with FBA if they didn't say fuck everybody else. So at that point in time, if it's fuck you me, then it's fuck you too. And that's really what my thing is with FBA. Because I don't have a problem with a group of people establishing themselves and quote unquote delineating and saying that we are this specific group because we have these things in common. I don't have a problem with it. But when they basically start attacking other people and start whining about what everyone else is doing against them, then it just becomes a spectacle and it becomes a show, and it's ineffective, because if all you're doing is complaining and whining and there's no progress other than you spreading the word on who to hate, then it's a wash for me. It makes no sense. And someone sitting up on panels telling people you better not talk about Black American reparations, and it's like, who's gonna stop me? You typing in the chat tether. I think people are so disillusioned as to the power they really don't have, and it's just always interesting watching these channels and watching these discussions. So I was just curious what prompted you to do this stream. Like I said, I was joking when I said, did FBA bully you and you felt like you had to hold Pan-Africans to some sort of accountability? So
If you go back through my videos, you know, I know you was joking, but I'm like, I've been on the call outside. Like, I'm like, to me, that's real Pan-Africanism. Like, you got to start it. You can't, studying the revolution, the attempts at rebellions and the ones that were successful, them first 3 people you talk to might be the first 3 people you kill, or be one of those 3 be the ones that's going to kill you. That is the history of revolutions. Before you get to the 50, them first 1, 2 you talk to is going to be turncoats.
yeah, I agree. I don't have war. Sometimes war is necessary. And I was gonna say the whole Jamaicans saying that they always say that if it has to happen, it has to happen. Just to keep it simple. And so I don't have a problem with people being revolutionary, and if they have to be revolutionary in a way that is not, I guess, palatable to people, if they do it and it's not in the nicest way, sometimes you have to do it and it's not in a nice way. So I think it's expected, and that's really how change happens.
But we
So
should be
I
on not to say like I would promote, and I state to me, the higher role is just like, regardless of it, Pan-Africanism is a pure ideal.
Yeah.
Black nationalism is like the under fabric that really is it. And we need Black people, wherever they are, to be strong wherever they are. And we all need to recognize that America is a tool for people to make money. So people are going to come here. So if you are someone from Jamaica, Haiti, like I know mad Haitians, I be telling like, your son, a lot of y'all drive Benzes in America, and I fuck with Haiti. And it's like, how do we fix that?
What do you mean? What are you trying to fix with that?
Haiti.
Oof.
You know what I'm saying? And it's just, there's a point in the conversation, like, you got to start with what you have. You know what I mean? Like I tell my students, I grew up watching the A-Team, MacGyver, Inspector Gadget, shit like that. So you work with what you have and you make it happen. That's a real guerrilla. So you can't, the enemy's going to do what the enemy does. You got to still be a guerrilla, and your soldiers and your people have to be a part of the movement. And so you can't have, like, Puerto Rico has more Puerto Ricans in New York than they are in Puerto Rico.
But it's sitting around on the internet complaining going to fix it? Is the goal that maybe someone who's listening is going to feel convicted to take action in real life? Is that what the goal is with some of these panels that people have and some of these conversations that they have, where, and I'm going to do the what about isms. What if the Africans are talking about this group of people, and then the FBA is there talking about this group of people? Is the goal that are they just expressing themselves, or are they just hoping that someone will listen and eventually take action?
I think that the conversation is really toxic, and honestly,
I agree.
So in the conversation, the conversation you're talking about was brewing for a while. However, Yvette Cornell opened the door on the conversation, and Tariq blew the lid on the conversation. And so, and to me, Umar Johnson dropped the ball in the conversation. And so, like, it's impossible not to understand. So, and then this dude what's his name, Roland, not being tone deaf and just jumping out the
Roland
window.
is just a political.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know why they're so fixated on Roland Martin.
No, he like the grift is real in the
I get,
conversation. So it's like, but
I get that, but
it's only gonna push the like the conversations you're talking about. It's only gonna go further now.
okay. But can you propel? Can you push forward with when everything is stemmed in hate?
This is for me.
Hatred of a group, is that the driving force behind these movements, specifically FBA? Is that the driving force is hate?
No.
So how are they going to propel? So it's just basically
for me, I think that's when I tell people, I think the challenge is that the leadership in the way it's being organized from Tariq.
They said they have no leader.
That's why I say that's an issue to me. And when I tell G Styles all the time, I'm like, to me, Tariq should step up and be the leader. And they're like, yo, the leader. I'm like, bro, this is
who,
black.
The boy in the chat who love talk foolishness. G Styles him.
Yeah, I definitely think
he
was. No, me and him.
The fanboy. I understand you and him are on a respect level. That don't happen with me. You can't disrespect me and me ever respect you. He can
I know it's different from some of us.
Yeah,
guys.
yeah. You can't ever disrespect me like that.
Once you on the panel, and I think sometimes it just the conversation goes.
Yeah, I understand you and him as men are kind of, you guys roll kind of differently, but he moved into a feminine role when he came at me.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna state that I have allowed the platform and many times to go too far left and not regulate, some of the conversations, so that way it doesn't have that type of impact. So it
didn't happen on the panel. I dropped down into the chat and had it there. But when you mentioned his name, I was like, who, him? The Tariq's fanboy?
It happens a lot.
What change is he affecting? Just running around spreading hate? That's the only change I see him affecting.
Oh, nah, G Styles. I mean,
I know you. Like I said, I understand you and him have a different. You guys have a different connection and so forth. So you guys have a different respect, and you guys will go back and forth and banter back and forth. That's y'all. I understand that. For me, it's different. If you ever disrespect me, you can just go to hell after that.
Right? You care about
you a female. If you're a man and you come at me, you're a female.
But that's intellectually speaking. I won't say that. People in the terms of the conversation, like it's a trigger conversation and tonality.
No, I don't mind triggering. Like I said, don't do personal attacks. That's the issue. You can say tether all day long. What am I supposed to do about that? I don't care. It's just like a white person calling a black person the N-word. That doesn't mean anything in the grand. You can't stop people from saying what they want to say, but you can't do personal attacks on people just because you're emotionally upset.
Well, he doesn't know you, so he can't say anything.
Exactly. I don't know him. That's the whole point. That's literally the whole point. So he could say tether all day long and that doesn't bother me, but don't do other personal stuff, because then, like I said, if you're a man and you're arguing with a woman in the chat, then you're basically on my level as a woman.
And that's how you see it. You know what I'm saying?
That's how I see it. I didn't even really see his chat, but when you mentioned his name, I was like, him? That boy's not affecting any change. He's not doing anything in his whatever movement he's trying to push. But I'll take it off of him and go back to the conversation about the leadership in whatever Pan-Africanism or FBA and so forth.
Yeah, the conversation, if all we got is us, we got to look at it. You know what I'm saying? From G Styles to me to you, it's like, what are we doing for each other? You know what I'm saying? And how are we doing it for the community? You know what I'm saying? Like, every Jamaican I know in America, what are we doing? Like, if we, even in the term delineation, to me, that's good accounting. Like, black Jamaicans in Jamaica should know what the hell is going on with the black Jamaicans in America. Dominicans should know, like, what the hell is going on with the Dominicans? Like, we struggling over here in fucking Guyana. What the hell? There's a lot of black Haitians in America. Y'all looking real good on the internet. What's going on?
Yeah, and that's the community part of it. Yeah.
So to me, delineation doesn't bother me as a Pan-African. That helps with accountability.
And that's why I said I don't even mind the term delineation, because it doesn't, just because you call yourself something, it doesn't mean that you're still not part of another group. You can be part of multiple groups. You're black regardless of anything. If you're a man, you're a man. If you're a woman, you're a woman. So you're going to be a part of a group And a lot of the stuff is you're just self-identifying yourself. I don't have an issue with that. Like I said, the only issue I have is the attacks on other groups on either side.
Well, for me, this wasn't even about them. This is about us, Pan-Africans. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's making the struggle? You know, the conversation is where it's at. You know what I mean? The representation, like, can't deny the representation. It is what it is.
I don't look at them as much. That's the thing, I guess, because I don't look at these people as leaders to me, because they have no position of authority. Yes, they have influence, but because they have no power to affect measurable change, I don't look at them as anything other than the face of their channel. I look at them as entertainers.
That's
So
because
other
that's
people take them seriously, and I guess that's the issue. Is
that's
why
what
is
they've
why
allowed. That's what
Mhm.
they've allowed themselves to be viewed as, because that's what they put out there. But that doesn't mean that they wouldn't. If not saying they could or would, but I'm saying it from the position of them looking at them as a tool. Yeah, like, nah, son, y'all wildin', son. If y'all step up and did y'all shit, we can get some shit popping. If y'all two got together and organized, it'd be on another level.
But it seems like this is a conversation or a topic that you bring up all the time. So I guess, who are you expecting to bring about these changes?
All of us.
So you do. So that's what I said. So you want talking on this panel to be a source, to be a way for it to reach the people, and whoever's listening, it will reach someone. That seems like that's what the hope is.
At all
I
times.
understand you're doing things in real world. That's why I'm not really talking about what you're doing in your real life.
That's
I'm
the
just talking
minimal
in
I can do
general.
with it. That's when people like the topics. I'm like, look, I'd rather do triggering topics that bring people in, because at the end of the day, this shit don't really. I'm just looking for people that's going to be dope black people that's willing to put in work and link up and put in work for black people. Everything else is like whatever. So we used to do the videos and like literally just go from community to community and just whatever makes somebody get triggered to get people to come in and view. Whatever don't really matter to me. I'm just looking for scientists, black nationalists, Pan-Africans, black people that's willing to put in work. What city you in? Let's link.
Okay.
I mean, this is the era of network. You know what I mean? Like, what do you call it? Network society. You know what I mean? So how use they platforms? Like this is, I think this. I know that goes out of debate going on. There's mad platforms. So how do you get in the conversation? And then for me, like the balance, I think Pan-Africans are not finding in the conversation is accountability. That nullifies all the talking points from FBAs.
And no, because accountability equates to blame. Straight out blame of someone else. As long as you're not talking bad about them or holding them to account or making them accountable for their actions and how they impact other people, then they want you to hold other people accountable and talk about other people and tell you all the wrongs that they're doing, but they don't want you to give them any criticism.
Who gets better at the end?
That's why
like, if you think about it, who gets better at the end? The person who takes the critique and takes accountability. Doesn't mean nothing to me what they do.
Yeah, the person who's more diplomatic and tries to be unifying, because each group in, let's take it a little bit broader, the countries go into be diplomatic and work with other groups, other countries, but their ultimate goal is to look out for their own people. So that would apply in any group in the United States, whatever they decide to call themselves. But I guess it kind of it's you guys say Pan-Africans are not you said they're not a group, or they're not.
See, the play on the conversation I find is that people see the act of this openly working with black people as being Pan-African. And so they see other groups who come here who work by themselves and not working with Black people as not practicing Pan-Africanism. I had to understand that, because then when you ask them, like, are you a Pan-African? And to them, they're like, yo, I'm mad cool with Africans, son. Like, I donated to Africa before. And so to them, that's what defines them as a Pan-African.
What, the $3 that people, I'm so tired of people saying they do this. Yeah, I donated. And then you ask them how much. Oh, I sent $10. Okay.
But that's
just
still
giving that
to
to somebody on the street in your neighborhood.
If you've never interacted with somebody from another country, or your interactions with people from other countries are very limited, in experience, like over time and frequency, I can understand how these experiences develop a certain type of pathology. Like, it's not unreasonable. So to me, like, my Pan-Africanism is like, why fight that? You know what I mean? I think a lot of people want to control how people understand their experiences. And for me, it's like, I don't need to argue that with you. Like, if you the only 3 Jamaican people you met in your life, 2 of them you got into an argument with and the other one spit on you, and you're like, fuck Jamaicans, I can't take that from you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's fair. True.
Say again?
I said that's fair. That's true.
And I think a lot of times we try to do that. And I think a lot of us who are from New York, maybe Atlanta and Florida, in the bigger cities, so kind of say, like, we're kind of more intermingled with certain people.
Not Atlanta. Well, Atlanta may be more, they may be intertwined with African. I think the coastal cities mainly.
Yeah, the rest of the country is not. And I learned that earlier on YouTube, when it was like, all right, so y'all don't really fuck with the what we understand in New York. Like, y'all have a real complete whole Black. I had to really, as a New Yorker, understand that the Black experience is not. I'm being honest with y'all. We New Yorkers think the Black is, before internet, the Black experience was New York.
Yeah, we could tell.
I'm saying, like,
it's not hard to tell.
Like, it wasn't, it's Chicago, it's Atlanta, Florida. It was like, all right, so knowing that there's millions of Black people in the middle of fucking nowhere in West, like, there's like 1 million Black people in Wisconsin. Who would have fucking knew? What are y'all doing in the middle of Milwaukee? Like, who?
Yeah, you guys, everything is, and it's because this is a New York panel, so it's centered around New York. So that's fair enough.
Nah, it's not.
But New York is the center of the world to you guys. Like, nothing else exists outside of New York. New York City specifically.
I'm being honest with it. So, you know what I mean? It's like, that's what, so hearing people like others, like going to DC, and then when I went on tour, I got to see really how like, people are, it's not like New York. Like, New York, we are literally intertwined. Like, you see it, and it's super segregated at the same time. So there's a respect for the segregation, and in the integrated areas, there's an understanding there. In these other areas, I don't have a lot of integrated, areas. So it's just literally all the Jamaicans is over there. They got a Jamaican restaurant. They drive cab. They don't fuck with nobody else. And then literally, that's all the foreigners in their city. In that, what's the one with where all the like, DC is like that. I didn't know DC was straight Ethiopian out. Like, there's other foreigners there, but to a lot of people in DC, like, their experience with Africa is through an Ethiopian who don't fuck with Black Americans. Straight like that. Like, I'm not your brother. When I got to DC, went to a store, I said, the dude told me, I'm not your brother. I was like, wow, okay. He looked same complexion as me, Afro. I'm like,
but were you offended by that? I don't get offended by things like that.
For me, it was about empathizing the experience that people have, so that way I can properly know how to respond to it. Because it's like, if I'm like, especially if I'm saying I'm Pan-African, it's not about telling people what to do. It's understanding our experience, you know what I mean? And finding ways for us to respect the experience and survive the experience. You know what I mean? So if with and we do that a lot. Everybody does it, and superimposes their perspective on the other people's experience as if they know better, and it's human. But
yeah, it was. No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, in this conversation, it just kind of like, I don't want to say it dampened. It the internet made a superimposing on the perspectives.
Because they were listening to other people's perspective without actually experiencing it themselves. So they were just regurgitating what other people had gone through. To me, that's what the internet did. So everyone became an expert based on someone else's
not even an
experience with
expert.
these people.
I think middle America, smaller states, got a huge voice on the internet that we didn't. Like the voice of Black America is no longer dominated by California and New York. Like I grew up, the voice of Black America was like, if you in the South, it was different than the 60s and said, but Black America was like on television, it was these two major cities, Chicago, like the internet leveled that completely out. Like you got lit people all over the country, million views. Like hip hop went from being New York, California, parts of the South to everywhere. Everybody got a million views, and your million views don't mean nothing. He got 10 million views. Well, I don't mean nothing. He got 80 million views. I don't even know who you are, and you got 40 million views. So it's like the playing field is so leveled out now. The perspectives are like, even the language is combining, you know what I mean? How we use certain words and stuff, cape and cap, and you know what I mean, and the misogynist wars and versus the feminist wars and gender wars and all that. Like this, even to the overarching experience when I had to understand the grift that the community represents in other cities. Where like the drug dealers in New York, no, I'm going to another town and I'm violating. A lot of the conscious people said the same thing. I'm going to the other town, I'm selling incense, bath water, this water, dashikis, and I'm running it up. And that's some
But
people.
I apologize. Is the I'm gonna call it just the integration that's happening on the internet and social media, is that causing Black people to lose their identity as well?
Actually, I think it's healthy.
You think so?
Yeah, arguments are healthy because at the end of the day,
No. The integration, how we're all basically one now.
That needed.
There's nothing is gate kept anymore.
But that needed, to me, is it's like using New York as that example. They, you throw everybody in the ghetto, and then there's gonna,
y'all do.
And they that the 70s and 80s throw them all in this big ass projects and then let them figure it out. And it's like, you got Black, Latinos, poor Asians, poor whites, all in the mix of this area figuring shit out. So it's like the internet now, and there was mad beef. Then you go back before that, you had the poor Italians versus the poor Mexicans versus the poor Blacks versus the poor this ones. You know what I mean? So it's, and then over time, people after the war, people was like, all right, I'm done being at war with you. Like, all right, let's figure it out. Business is gonna happen. These people are on the internet beefing with each other and getting views. People are making money. So if I sit back and look at it, you're making money on TikTok. You're making money on TikTok. You're making money on Twitter. You're making money on YouTube. It's all Black people making money off of Black people's conversation on social media.
That's one aspect of it. But what about the erasure of your culture? You're no longer special because everyone knows your secret handshake. Everyone knows how you make your potato salad. Everyone knows what Black people bring, what being invited to the barbecue means. Is there an erasure of Black, I guess, culture because of the internet?
There's a leveling of the Black culture.
Okay.
Like we in the next 3 to 5 years, it's gonna be Black culture. You know what I'm saying? Like it's literally like you look at a fly chick from North Carolina is using a similar look to a fly chick in New York, and the fly chick from Trinidad, and a fly chick from Ghana, Senegal, Chicago. They all gonna look alike if they get to superstar status. You know what I'm saying? They all gonna have their hair pressed the same kind of way. They all like, unless they take the Erykah Badu route, like
Then if we're heading there, then why are we trying to fight the whole join it? Why are you still trying to hold on to the Black community? Why not just be part of America? If it's inevitable, then what are you holding on to?
America is a platform to do business and pay taxes.
Okay.
Like, I don't see it in the sense, like, personally, outside of that. The relationship personally for me outside of that is that's literally it. We here, do business, build up your people. That's what everybody else is doing. Like, people come to America to make money and take care of the people. They don't give a fuck about it. They vote in ways that helps them make money. It's just that simple. Don't give a fuck. Like, none of that other shit mean francs to me.
It seems like that's how you equate everything. It seems like that's what everything boils down to for you.
That's what I mean. Historically, the country as a colony allowed people to come here to be low paid wages, and you had a period of time where you can make your bread, buy land, and the money that America makes is purely off of taxes. So the more money you make, the more money America makes. If you employ people, they give you benefits because the people that you employ are going to pay taxes. It's just that simple. Whoever's, I don't, you know what I mean? Outside of that, what other relationship does anybody have with America right now? Like, white people are fumbling the ball. Like,
what do you mean? You cannot ask this. The Black people who are diehard, what do I want to call them without being offensive? Are they considered Black nationalists? The people who are like, fuck Africa, fuck everybody else, it's America or nothing? What do you call those Black people?
Depending on what day it is, what type of, be honest, type of weed I might have smoked, tea I drink. Be honest, I might be on some super, crash out and just, but I understand, like,
America is their home. America is not a business for them. I'm sure they want to do business and be capitalist, but America is their home that they're going to die for. The land that
that's
is
the
better than any
relationship
place
that you have
else.
with it. You pay for your home here. It's not a tax deductible unless you have an actual home, and then you could pay, and it's an investment. That's why you get the benefits, because your investment gains value over time, and it benefits the business of the state, which benefits the feds. It's just business. Like, that's the foundation of the country is business, commerce, UCC. Like, everything beyond that just looks good and sounds good. That's why, it's science, technology, business. So Black people, we're missing science, technology, we're screaming business, but we're not able to vertically integrate. And then the Pan-African community fumbled the ball because we focused on culture too much. We need to be focused on what's going to push us forward, science and technology. Then our businesses can be aligned with it, because now we can have a position of trade, position to produce.
So isn't blackness your race and the culture? Because that's how I ask, what are people holding on to? Then you might as well be like the Black nationalists who say,
I wouldn't put them as Black nationalists. I understand why I can state that as an idea, but I wouldn't. Black nationalist has a level of there's elements that resonate with it, but I don't know if I can put them in the box of like Martin Delaney, like people like that. I can't. Black nationalists, Black Liberation Army, Black Panthers. I can't, because there's a level of work that's in the front of the conversation as a Black nationalist, because there's a position of autonomy and immediate sustainability. Like, how are we going to take care of ourselves? What are we doing to maintain ourselves in action? So there's elements of it, and that's why I say I could understand FBAs as like Black nationalism in some sense, but you're a Black nationalist. Like, that's what you are. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, that's it. So, There's elements of it. Yep, GA, yep, liabilities is all business. I think that would be my position. I know metal here like that one to discuss with as a Pan-African, like everything. That's all business, bro. Like it just that'll make the Democratic position make sense. Any political position makes sense. It's like, look, how does this benefit us as business to like? How does this benefit us? How much money we making off of this? What kind of resources we getting out of this? If we help you vote for this, what is this going to do for us as a community? It's just that simple. So that's that, and at that area of conversation, FBAs do resonate with Black nationalism because the conversation is based in some ways from the ADOS to FBAs. It would be centered around like they tangibles. I think that's the word they use. Right?
Tangibles is in reparations.
That to me is weird in the conversation. So to me, Pan-Africans and Black nationalists always focus on tangible because it's always about the work. So it's just like, so that's why it's like, what's the like? Let's discuss. You know what I mean? Like Tony read in the chat. Tony read in the chat. You have nothing to offer. Why would I need to
I've been reading and just laughing to myself because some of these people act like they have anything for anybody to take from them. I'm just the only person who's ever, oh Lord, let me not even go into all of that. When people say that you took from us as in you ain't got nothing for me to take. That's one. And it's just,
that's for the conversation.
Some of the things those are some of the things. That's why it's laughable. That's why that's why it's funny to me. It's just basically, it's there's a disconnect. When I look at some of the stuff, there's a disconnect because it's just the internet just makes a fantasy world for people, and they don't really interact in a way that is intelligent or practical. It's just based off of emotion. And maybe the next iteration of FBA, there will be more intelligence that's injected in the conversation. So that's the part that I'm waiting to see, is the next iteration of FBA who actually has representation that affects change within their local, state, and federal government. So that's what I'm waiting to see. And I hope they get there. And I hope they get there, honestly, so they can get the reparations that they want. Because right now they're at a very infantile, puerile stage, and they don't know what they're doing. They're following behind people who are not connected, except that they have large platforms on the internet. But these are the people who aren't even able to go and call a senator and say, hey, what can we do to get the ball rolling?
I disagree.
That's what I'm waiting to. That's what I'm waiting to see, and I'm hoping that they get there.
No, that's happening.
Yes, that's what I'm hoping for, and I think it will happen when they actually realize that they need more people who's in government who can actually affect the change that they need, who can actually push for whatever bills that they want, so that maybe it may not come in a big federal bill, but it can just trickle down to them in different areas. So hopefully they get the deliverables that they're looking for.
So Tony Red, bro, what's popping?
Oh, is there someone else on the panel?
Yeah, KT, what's goody, baby?
What's good, my Jesus? Peace.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Where you from? New Orleans or some shit? Nashville?
Nah, I'm from the South though. Okay, so what was y'all saying? So what's up though? What y'all was saying? I was just vacuuming my floor. Y'all said something about what y'all said about FBA?
In which part? Said a lot. Which part specifically are you concerned with?
The last part when he just spoke my name, when he said Tony Red, when he said people like Tony Red.
Okay.
Like, what y'all
Red, because you was in the chat. like from the beginning of the stream going off, son. I don't know you.
Right, right, because you said this stuff is it's I mean, and respectfully, you that's it's just the difference between us. See, if and I don't even know you, so I don't even know if you're from here or not, because
Oh no,
FBAs
that's
are
perfect.
entitled
That's
and
perfect.
they
All
could
right, so we on the same page. All right, so yeah, yo, bro, I do this just to find people just to link up, bro, and I literally challenge it. So yeah, literally, I'm about black empowerment, bro. I don't, you ain't
me
know
too.
me.
Okay, yes, yeah, right, right, me too. You y'all still hear me good, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, so I just came in, and I just came in on the part when you were speaking about, this is like a business to you, and how, and then you said something about not understanding us about it. Well, the reason why you might not understand it, I don't know, you've been here, but I've done my genealogy. I done done my stuff all the way back to
No, 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 no. I
1790.
speak. No, no. You missed the convo. I was speaking on Pan Africans. I was saying Pan Africans missed it, and I was saying in terms of leadership, the entire conversation is missing that orientation. But I was explaining to her because she was saying about black nationalism, and I was stating that FBA has hallmarks of Pan Africanism, of black nationalism, but I wouldn't label it as a black nationalist group. I wouldn't label it like it has elements of it in terms of, and that's what you heard me saying. Like when she was saying like it wouldn't be, and I was like, nah, there's elements I could see why. For me, I do understand some of the talking points from a black nationalist perspective, especially and that's when you heard me talking about the tangibles, where from ADOS to FBA, the conversation does have a tone specifically on tangibles.
Correct. But my whole thing is, FBA is not a group. It's just a lineage. It's the same thing as saying African American. We just not saying that we don't want to be lumped in with Africa no more. We want to be. We want to come up with a plan. First of all, we want some legislative stuff going on. We want to come up with a plan where we using lineage based and not race based. Because we already know that if we keep going and trying to get reparations in a race based form, that it will be denied and we'll never get nowhere. And the NAACP know that, and a lot of other corporations that we got know that as well, and they're not using the right verbiage. They know damn well lineage is what is gonna get us in the door and really get us intangibles, not by a race. So I guess it was just a miscommunication. Like I said, I did come in late, so I apologize for being premature, but I was just speaking on that because I was under the impression that y'all saying FBA is a group. It's not a group, it's a
The,
lineage.
I know it's a group of people who choose to describe their lineage in that way.
Correct. And to that group, even if you don't agree, you are still
No, I understand that. I
you
understand
know,
that.
if you was
By
here
that
between if you
definition, like I'll tell you, by that definition, many of us Pan Africans are FBAs. By that definition, I'm an FBA.
that's
I don't
correct. That is correct. It's
like
just
even
the
African
the
American.
disconnect.
I didn't go around
The,
calling myself African American. Like for me, the issue was America. Like America never
I,
threw up black people, so I have a personal issue with throwing up America like that. Like personally, my forefathers, like I don't know about else, like my grandfather was right around the turn of getting able to vote in America, and he was like, "Look, his father told him they never considered us black, so what I fucking look like voting in they bullshit." None of my forefathers vote in this country. We've been in every American war.
right, just
That's on
like
my
mine.
father's side. You know what I mean? My father's side. My mother's side is different. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, um,
Was you the
that
one that was speaking about voting for the Republicans, or that was the dude the caller before you?
yeah, I've never voted. Um, I don't promote that too much because I don't want people listening to me and they like, "Got Q. I heard Q. He don't vote. I don't vote." Please don't do what you're supposed to do. Do not listen to me. I don't want to have no influence on your civil position in terms of voting. You need to
Oh,
do.
already. Okay, okay. Well, it seems like you just basically that's the whole thing I just came for. I'm just letting you know people and most people who is speaking about the FBA. I'm gonna tell you what's going on. In the last about 5 years, a lot of black people have started doing their genealogy and stuff like that, and they start finding out stuff that we was never taught at in school and nothing like that. We taught all this stuff in school, but when we going back into our own history from just from 1790 and back, we finding out the things that they were telling us don't match up to where our records say, and we are more prone to believe what our great grandmother told us. Because if you know our history, then you know. it was a certain point in time where black people couldn't even say that they was Indians. They could get lynched or they could get put in prison just for even saying those words. So in the black community, uh, you got a lot of Pan Africans that make fun of this, like Umar Johnson. They make fun of, black Americans that have indigenous roots. They make fun of them. They say, "Ha ha, nah, nigga, you
Well,
just from Africa,"
I like
and
how
they
you
just
worded it.
dismiss that.
Not to
You
cut
know,
you,
they
the way you worded it is different than how many people word it. So I think that's where the conversation gets money, because like I don't think anybody can deny that there's black people in America. Many of us have connections and roots that make.
Oh, but they do. But see, but what they do, and what the Pan Africans do is they say basically fuck your 5 to 10 generations. Let's just say let's say, because it's only 2 to 4% that actually made it from the Atlantic slave trade actually hit the North America. There was already millions of niggas here. But let's just say that we are a part. Let's just say we are a part of the 2 to 400,000 that actually did come here on them boats or whatever like that. Either way it goes, we still it's like y'all saying, oh, well, fuck your 5 to 10 generations of family members that y'all, got here that y'all had to create through y'all ethnogenesis. Let's only focus on the ones that came from Africa. Let's say so.
What?
Fuck your grandma, your great grandma. Fuck all of them. Fuck the Civil War. Fuck the civil rights. Fuck all of them ancestors. Them ancestors don't mean nothing. The only ancestors that
It's
mean something is African ancestors, and that's where the emotion get to coming out, and we neither
Wait
one
a
of us
minute.
can have a conversation
I
because
think
we feel disrespected because to us you insulting our ancestors that died and that fought for this country. So to us,
What?
we like you saying fuck my ancestors, and then you want me to say fuck these ancestors, but you want me to get on my knees and praise the ones that sold me. What kind
What?
of sense does that make? So
well,
that's where it comes from. And like I said, we new to this because a lot of us are just finding this out because of due to ancestry. And I've been trying to tell my people to stay away from the DNA part and do your genealogy. I feel like people who do
What?
DNA are lazy and they want somebody else to do the work for them and tell them some
What?
shit because they don't want to get in that book or go to them courthouses and actually put that work in to find out who you really are.
This is absolutely
I think
horrible.
it's well. So how I will word it, right? The community has multiple layers, and the interactions, like what I was telling Sister Camille, happen like there's layers to it. It's almost like battle rap. How like battle rap now has like almost a universal kind of rap style. You know what I mean? Like in a vein, it's like before there was multiple groups with different
Yeah.
perspectives.
Everything now punch like bars.
Yeah,
It's bar focused,
in
metaphor focused, I
the
guess.
80s, you had like one, and then you also have United States is the United States British history. So a lot of times when we say the lion, is more of a perspective that we were given. And so that's what makes it like Plymouth Rock. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. Plymouth Rock is not nowhere near the beginning of slavery, but it's an American perspective. The 1619 Project, it is very much an American perspective, and so in a British perspective, and that plus many of the other lies and things that the government has done, that definitely creates an area for dissentment against, scholastic areas. Now, the community push with their two areas has opened Pandora's box, from flat earthers to people who believe in the super Anunnakis, to people who were talking about being from, like, black people were always here. Pan Africans started that a long time ago. Ivan Van Sertima, black people were traveling here. There's a whole leap of stories mixed in the conversation in this arena, and the spectrum is vast. So depending on which Pan African you meet, and depending on which person in the FBA conversation you meet, is going to be depends on the that's what I've learned, because I've met what you call it on this platform here. We've had um people that said black people never came from Africa. We've only come from America. We've had people that told us that black people, the Indians that are here, were brought here by white people to erase the natives who were here. We've had black people tell us that this was the origin of civilization in Mississippi. We've had people tell us that slaves were actually brought from here and slavery was taught in reverse. There's black people who tell us that white people restole black people's history, and Christopher Columbus is black, Shakespeare is black, King James is black.
Oh shit.
You know what I'm saying? And these people
who said this? I ain't gonna lie, I don't believe it, but it sounds interesting. Like I want to hear I gotta hear some of the basis for some of this.
All the swarthy heads, all the people that say swarthy.
Word.
Like,
I ain't gonna lie, swarthy. You know what it is, bro. I see you up here. I need some answers.
Mad Israelites. Then you got the FBA Israelites. Like that's a whole nother group. Then you got
that's a crazy bag right there. The FBA Israelite. That's a lost nigga if I ever heard of one. I ain't gonna lie.
They spun I done heard the Bible got spun. Like the story, the real river in the Bible was the Mississippi River, son. I done heard some shit.
Yeah, I heard them talking about Memphis was that I heard somebody tried to say, I don't know if it was here, but somebody's explaining how like Memphis, they be talking about that's Egypt. No, that was in America. And I was like, whoa, this nigga lost.
What up, Q? What up, everybody? I think a reason why a lot of people, like I've been to Memphis from Alabama, and what happened was a lot of them people just named those areas after, because just like in Egypt, like you got Memphis in Egypt, and then you got places like Corinth. Like, but when you before leaving out of Alabama going to Tennessee, you got Corinth and Memphis, just like you got over there. So I think that's why they just, they don't realize motherfuckers would just name and shit what they wanted to.
I was about to say, nigga, New York used to be New Amsterdam. I mean, fuck, nigga. Every place is damn near named after another place. It is what it is.
Exactly.
Word. New Orleans is New Orleans because it's already Orleans in France, nigga. Like that don't mean this is where Orleans is in real life. Like the history was wrong. No, nigga.
And everybody got their shit predicated on the white man lying to us, and the school system lied to us. It's like, all right.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I think the internet got us fucked up more than anything. Like, I don't want to say, I know people don't like that because we be chilling here, but I can't admit it because listen to me, it done gave everybody a space to just say whatever dumb shit you want. Like, it don't even have to be valid. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just like, yo, this what I think, this what I believe, and then because 5 niggas agree, now all of a sudden it's a group of niggas like, did you know?
Hey, but at the same time, that started a revolution of the mind, though, when you look at it, right? Like, now you got people out here think everything is conspiracy. They question, I don't care what it is. And to a certain degree, to me, that's a system, show how the system is failing to continue to brainwash a lot of people. So I think it's like a 50-50 damn near. It's good, but it's almost bad. But at the same time, it's good because people thinking outside the the narrative they always push.
I say it's worse. Just because, listen to me, that's the problem. Everybody don't trust nothing, so it's so easy to throw out some bullshit.
No, I'm talking about when it comes to white history. I'm just saying pertaining to white history.
No, a lot of black people. I'm talking about history. Government. Period. Fuck that. Because listen, I believe excess of anything is always damaging. It's just like food. You know what I'm saying? You need it to live, but you keep eating too much of it every day, you're gonna end up being a fat ass motherfucker. It's the same thing with the internet. Everybody got the answers, quote unquote. You get what I'm saying? Like, you can look up right now 10 reasons why water is bad. And people will make an argument and basis off of like, yeah, nigga, this is why we really shouldn't be drinking water. That ain't even made for human consumption for real. You feel me? Like, and that's what I'm saying. Just because the information is there and people have presented some type of validity even to the stupidest fucking arguments, it's always a group of people who don't, I ain't gonna talk shit, but I'm saying like they may not just lack the further understanding to know like, no, these points are valid, but that's just not true.
They act like the ABO movement didn't happen. It's like y'all forgot y'all had a whole dude telling people Harriet Tubman was fake.
Yeah. But the internet was some of the best thing that ever got produced when you truly look at it. You know, it's like nigga, you can connect with somebody in seconds. So I mean, I just
Yeah,
look at the
it's
good of it.
it's leveling the playing field out because the 90s, the grifting, the Colts and the grifting, son. You find a little small town, turn that town out, son. You got all them little 1,000 people, you got good 800 people just doing whatever you know. They ain't the sheriff is with you, the mayor's in your church.
Yep.
Nobody
Look,
knows.
that was peak. That was peak right there. See,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Listen, we excess is where, because now, look, you right. Somebody always gonna finesse, but most of the time they might get a little city 800 due to the internet. That same nigga finessing 800,000 niggas, and you ain't never gonna hear of them because it's 50 billion other finessers. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the finesse era, I think we went through a large portion of that already. Now that there's a whole like.
Oh yeah, no, we had the death of the finesse.
Yeah,
That's
shit
why I
getting
like
exposed,
music and
bro. A
shit.
lot of old shit getting exposed like a
Even
motherfucker.
the old people, 60, like on TikTok, there's a bunch of 55 that right on this like 55 is the 15 years ago, you know what I mean? It's different. But our 55 and 60-year-olds are hip hop heads. They hip hop generation. So they're on TikTok. There's mad I'm like, TikTok is mad entertaining. There's mad 50, 60-year-old DJs to host. They on the internet.
I do not have a TikTok. I don't. I seen that shit one time, and I'm gonna be real with you. I made one time. I uploaded a video. I got 45,000 views. I said, hell nah, this shit the police.
That's a paycheck, though. It's a paycheck.
Nigga,
Well,
I'm
it
good.
was.
Nope, I'm
Yeah,
good.
you need to go back to that shit, son.
Nah,
TikTok
I don't give a fuck about that. I don't need the money. All money ain't good money. Luckily, I got enough. I ain't saying I
Bro,
got enough, but
you
I
sound
got
crazy.
enough to turn down money. That's what I say. Yeah, nah, hell nah. Cause nigga, listen to me. I again, overconsumption for me personally. I'm not gonna tell anybody else how to live. You know what I'm saying? But look, I don't want to change my life to being on the internet to make a living. Like nigga, that's what take you out of reality. I'm cool, bro. I like
Well, I guess
coming
it's
here.
how you. I guess it's how you see yourself as a person or as as a nation. Because to me, there's never enough money I can gain. Long as the black community and black people are impoverished and all that. So, I mean, but I understand you. If you living for yourself, but you know.
Oh no, that was a crazy, nasty work ass spin there, Madani.
No, it was not, bro. You said
That nigga said
I
if
went
you
out what you
living for
said.
yourself and saying fuck the black, yo, you a wild nigga, money. That's
That's how it
not what's
came
going.
off. Hey, Paul.
Oh God.
That's what it sounded like. Maybe I took it the
Nah.
wrong way.
I'm just saying, I'm saying, I got enough money to say fuck that TikTok check because they ain't helping the black community nor really adding nothing to mine. And even for me to
Nah, it's
maintain
supposed
it, I
to
know
be.
I got to stay there. That's my point. You know what I'm saying? Because you get a check, it's cool, but now I need to maintain getting that check. So that mean I got to stay there. Like I ain't with, bro. I ain't got no. The only social media I got is this. You know what I'm saying? Like seriously, I don't got no Facebook, I don't got no Instagram, I ain't got no Snapchat. I don't do that shit. That shit weird to me. Like if I want to call you, nigga, I'ma call you. Fuck.
Nah, but it's the revolution of the mind time, man. That's how I see it. People questioning all these narratives that was painted. But I see the extreme in it, with a lot of the FBAs, But I think we need that. That got to happen. We got to clean house first. As always, you got to clean house first. I think this is what's going on. We cleaning house. Shit's getting thrown out there. We trying to hash out shit, and that's what happened when you been robbed of a knowledge yourself.
Oh no, we not gonna get that. We not gonna get that listen, bro. People will never be able to clean house.
Are we
Especially
doing?
not
We
just
doing it now.
how today. You can't. Cause you gotta understand we in a world that rewards your crazy shit. You feel me? Like Anton Daniels is a nigga we all know, and most of us, like 99.9% people I know, like, bro, I hate this nigga. But he's rewarded highly just for doing his goofy ass shit, right? That's what YouTube platforms and get the views to. So like How are you going? What are we going? What are you going? The information ain't going to stop people from doing that. That's what I'm saying. The information in hand has made people realize, oh, all I got to do is say real salacious shit to get famous, and that's what they continue to do. We ain't just gonna stop that by giving niggas more information, especially when you dumb as fucking ain't ready to handle the information.
Yeah, but they're gonna burn out.
Right.
That's the rabbit. You know what I'm saying? Speeding going nowhere.
I'm with you. That's the hope.
Yeah, that's just a flash. That's just a flash in the pan.
Nah, that's the hope.
Nah,
That's
that's
just
the
like,
data.
but
I don't even
we
say
in
that's
the
the
we in
hope.
the fact.
Think about it, that's the data, bro. Like, you know how many people crashed out for views and shit, and how long did they last?
Man, forgotten memory.
Oh no,
Damn.
yeah, it's a lot that crashed, but even the ones we got that's at the top right now. I can think of every one of them in a situation where people quote unquote said they did some crazy ass shit, offended somebody or some shit of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody has done that in order to get in that position. The
Well,
new age, especially in social media, we talking about like the King Box and all these other niggas, or you know what I'm saying, whatever, whoever them niggas is in that position, they all done did some real life clown shit at this point. And what are kids doing? They chasing them Mr. Beast. You know what I'm saying? The clown ass nigga.
well, that always existed.
No, it always existed, but we ain't never rewarded. That's the difference. See, back in the day, if you was a lame nigga, right? Like for instance, DJ Academics, how we was talking about like the '90s, he would have never been able to beat anybody in the '90s. You know what I'm saying? Because what you got to do is stand on what you're talking. And you can't be putting your business somewhere where you don't belong. So you can't be out here screaming, oh, I'm a civilian. Let me tell you what these niggas in Chirac doing in the streets, though. Nigga, fuck. You about to get hurt. But see, this the internet age, right? Where you can say anything. And matter of fact, if people hurt academics, people not going to be mad because academics deserved getting his ass beat. They're going to be like, why you do that to him? Internet age. Hurtful.
It's the in it, but I think it's also society. Get me on my science shit. I think society slightly growing up. You know what I'm saying? Like, brutish shit is just brutish shit now. You know what I mean? Like, mad people like, yo, bro, like, you got bread. Why would you? The 80s, everybody would understand, what's his name? Pooh Shiesty.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, he would have been understood in the 90s. Like, yeah, they robbing me. So I hung him out the window till he signed my contract. Yup, that's what I did.
For sure.
I'm
pour the Ice Cube in WA type shit. You know
what I'm saying? Red, you know what I'm saying? Big red. That happened. Now it's like, nah, bro. Like, come on, you're supposed to be a professional. I think the world is getting softer. I don't want to say softer, but it's growing up.
You right. Nah. You right, Q. But that's the bad thing. That's what I'm saying. I know y'all done heard that saying, what they say, like soft times make soft men, and that's what lead to like the demise. You know, and that's true, bro. We like I think
I think it's also modernization. Like shit is.
I can agree with that. I just don't think modernization is good. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be real with that.
And then everything.
We would have never had this conversation. I would have never linked with Camille. You know what I mean? Like I love the network society. Like, it's just how people choose to use it. Dev, you know what I'm saying? That's my like Stadio. Like, we all over. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's how it's being used. Like,
I beg to say we would have still found our way here. Cause honestly, like I even said, I pointed out before, like I remember when I was a kid in like 04 or 2000, where like I was a Harry Potter fan and shit. I ain't gonna lie. I used to be in this weird ass nerdy shit where they had like a Hoggers Cafe internet website, and it was like we'd chat each other and shit. And then you would have to make your own segment of like this cafe if you wanted to make like virtual money for the school and shit, whatever. But we were kids and we figured out how to do that shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, nobody supplied us with that. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? As adults, if time would have went on, let's say technology, something happened where they basically said, look, we're not going to let technology get any further than, let's say, the first iPhone. You feel me? We got touch screens. We ain't really going too crazy. We just going to improve maybe the OSs and shit, make it run better. Blah. I don't think that would. I think that would have put us in great position. Because what we
No,
doing
but
now,
evolution is you can't get to the iPhone and just say we're not gonna go no further. You would have had to stop at like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the switchboard?
nah. All right, I can
It
go a
was
little
even
bit
up since the
further.
switchboard.
I'm gonna say like the HTC phones when them niggas made the first flip phones type shit. I mean the first
It's over. That's all network
smartphone flip
society.
phone shit.
All that's part of network society. You want a mobile network, cellular network. Network society was it was inevitable. They just needed more towers to increase bandwidth.
Nah,
Yeah.
I'm with that. I'm just saying, what if we stopped right there? Like I don't know if y'all remember it, but I do vividly because that was like my first like.
There's no stopping, bro. That's like the AI talk.
Nah, AI gonna kill itself. That shit a Ouroboros.
Nope. There's no.
Just like Nintendo, we knew it was gonna get better.
We gonna make it work, or it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just that simple. There ain't no going back. That no underneath the sun shit is for the religious folk. This shit is a new area. You know what I'm saying? Like the ocean, we gotta fix that shit up. Like we got the technology, we got the information. Like let's get to the cosmos. Let's get to motherfucking deep parts of the ocean. Let's heal motherfucking people. Let's fix this hunger issue. You know what I mean? Like we could do some shit. Like right now, we could put humans on in a way that nobody would have ever thought. You know what I mean? That's never been like that before. We could, man, listen, we could do that
but ain't that the pitch with everything? You feel me? Like that's the pitch every time, but it never happened. Like we make these major advancements with like technology. No, that's my point. That's what I'm saying. Like it's not. Listen, I just don't see it being like.
Yeah, I said the cosmos, baby. Black people on the motherfucking Mars, baby.
We are not going no fucking anywhere. Bro. I'm sorry to be that guy. We're not going any the fuck where.
But no, you ain't going nowhere.
No, we not going
Cosmos. Yeah, I'm on my space shit, son. You know I'm a
bro.
I'm writing G styles. I wrote the space gangster shit already, son. Fuck is we talk about, son?
Yeah, we just now getting back to the moon after like 70 years, my nigga. We is not going nowhere. I'm sorry.
They already they on way to the moon right now.
I don't even believe that shit. But
they on their way back to the crib.
I do not believe that shit. I'm sorry. Like 2000%. I do not believe that shit.
What, bro? They had it live. You could see it.
Boy, they had the first space moon landing live too. You remember that?
I wasn't born.
Man, listen, man.
I wasn't either. Hey, I want y'all. I beg y'all to go look at because they showed it on CBS one year. I swear to God, I went on YouTube and found that shit down, like ripped it off.
Do you know where they got the technology from, bro?
For what?
No, I'm asking you. Do you know where NASA got its technology from?
Warner von Braun and the Germans.
Exactly. Them Germany was advanced, bro. That's why German engineering makes some of the best cars on the planet.
Nigga, we are so far removed from that fucking Germany. You are crazy,
bro. Germany's still outproducing when it comes to car, like engine and all the engineering shit, bro. They still bro. They teach people with top notch, man.
No, listen, you're talking about NASA. This is American product. So you talking about German engineering? That shit ain't happening in American product.
Bro, they still got those scientists working in them plants or wherever they at. Trust me.
I don't know. They in America now, son.
Oh yeah, no, they.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're in America, but America always. That's what America always recruit the best. That's why they got Elon Musk. That's one thing. America's hella smart. They always recruit the smartest scientists.
They do not. I'm gonna tell you. That's what I'm saying.
Look at it, bro.
Now I'm with Dev. Hold up. Because this is some factually proven shit. You know why China really like we point out like their economy and the housing market, which is a big part of why China blew up. But people don't understand like the biggest actual attribution to why China blew up is because the Chinese citizens started realizing like, yeah, China, America be recruiting us. But why the fuck we got to go over there and live and do that shit where they like y'all, the culture's different, everything. And why we got to stay over there? We could just come back home and do these same companies and force them American companies to work with us. And they did. and then and literally the American companies went over there chasing them. So they realized, like, y'all don't realize we that's another part of why America's losing this like dominant position.
Camille.
My bad.
I get it.
And that's why America is hella smart. America, if you look at the scientists within these fields, yeah, some of them American, but a lot of them are foreigners, bro. America's so smart, man. They'll recruit a foreigner and make them create technology to fight their own country.
See, you Camille was talking about. You one of them I love America niggas. I ain't
Nah,
with
bro. I'm just calling it what it is because I understand what time it is and how they mastered the sciences of land and air and all that, bro. You just gotta give it up. That's not me loving America. That's just recognizing what is.
That's how you know you're loving America. Bro, Japan been having fucking underground vending machine car parking lots since the fucking 2000s, bro. Like if you really think that America is technologically in the lead and has been in probably past 10 years, you really smoking crack, bro. We ain't competing with them niggas for real. You see the shit they be having on the daily over there in Asia? Niggas got like square watermelons and shit just for fun. Nigga, they got fireworks that make fucking moving symbols. You understand me? You can look this shit up, nigga. They just shot some fireworks off in China, nigga. It went up in the air and made a fucking dragon and a fish, like a koi fish, and they wrapped around each other. Fireworks, nigga. You're not getting that shit in America, bro. We're not as advanced as we think. This is not the fucking 80s, bro. That shit's kind of dead. Not even kind of. That shit dead. We not the powerhouse no more that we think we are. Besides our banking priorities, you know, the world capital business investment, that's the only thing keeping us from really not dying the fuck off at this point. We'll be Africa if it wasn't for the banks like the Feds.
Well, I'm not arguing that, bro. I understand the Japanese and all that when it comes to technology and all that. They skyrocketed. Yes, that's true. But I'm just saying, as far as America, who sort of they accumulate the minds of the many, right? They get somebody black, they get somebody Chinese, they get somebody this and this and this, and when you put all the minds together, that's how you get all these advancements that we got today and in the past. That's what happened.
Let's stick with what you're saying a little bit, Madonna. How you said earlier, the truth and the white knowledge. So if we learn that a lot of people, including those Chinese people, these great minds, because a lot of them are Indians and Asians. So when you recruiting these great minds, now that they knowing more now, like, hell nah, this is literally probably the main perpetrator of white ideology in country. We know these motherfuckers ain't shit. Why do you think, like, that's what I'm saying, it's not continuing to happen because people, first of all, see our facade. Second of all, they see the benefit in saying, I could move to America and work for Apple, or I could stay in India and start the Indian version of Apple. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, of course. That's why, India got nukes. They got nuclear scientists and all that. Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that goes without saying.
They even in the playing field by not coming to us anymore. They don't need to. There's no need to. That's what I'm saying. We as Americans, we've been under the facade that we is great, and we also know that the main minds we had, we recruited from other countries. So from the beginning, we really wasn't never making no contribution. Now the thing is, the people that we was recruiting don't see this as the land of the free and the opportunity and da no more. So what you got?
That's cap, bro. That's cap, bro. Come on, bro.
Why you say that?
Because America still is the land of the free.
Yeah, I don't think most people think that.
Well, I mean, shit. Where you at right now?
You
at home? You at home, right? In the comfort of your house.
Mm-hmm.
What problems do you really have? Besides the,
economic will be the biggest.
Well, bro,
it's not a balanced rate. Like
What I'm
that's
saying is
anywhere
you
in
free,
America.
bro. You can get in your car. If your car is dependable enough, right? You can gas it up and drive from Virginia to California and back 100,000 times if you wanted to, right? You can
As long
drive
as I got the
anywhere
gas
around this
money.
motherfucker you want, bro. You can catch a flight. You can do all that shit. That's what I mean by free, right?
I mean, that doesn't make sense. Would you say Africa's free?
So I'm talking about America. Why you trying to move the goalposts?
No, I'm asking you. Would you say Africa is free?
They trying certain parts.
Because
Like
Africa,
Ethiopia, like when you look at Ethiopia, shit, man, Ethiopia is beautiful right now. They
I
doing it up.
mean, all I'm
I
saying
seen
is
a young
in
brother, I show
Africa,
Speedy go over there, and they gave me a whole new perspective
no
of
worry,
Ethiopia.
they have beautiful stuff and things. But I'm just pointing this out because I'm saying, well, shit, Africa, you could make a car, like literally, no exaggeration. You could make a car and just drive that bitch, and as long as it doesn't harm nobody, shit, even the police who'll see it, be like, well, fuck it, let bro do his thing. I would say that's probably more freedom than the freedom of if I got the money, then let me drive from North Carolina because I live my other house in North Carolina. So let's just say me going back from here to North
KT, that's
Carolina.
not true at all, though.
What?
Well, I mean, I understand you got to pay for registration and insurance for your car. Yeah, that comes with it, but because it's a privilege.
No, yeah, in America, I'd say
Ask
that.
any, because I didn't know this until like I got pulled over by a state trooper like about 12, 15 years ago, and
Yo,
he
real
was.
quick,
Oh,
yo,
go ahead.
G Style. Yo, you know, KT is 100% Black American Negro, son.
For shit show.
Y'all just be throwing anybody a tether when they say something. I'm like,
Oh,
yo,
I
son.
swear to God, that joint be good. That's why I said this the internet shit, bro. Niggas be so
He
chronically
and he
online
West
with.
Virginia Negro at that.
Nah, I'm a
So
North
he's a
Carolina Negro, but I'm saying like, damn. I'm an international Negro. I'm in a national Negro. I'm in. You know what I'm
KT.
saying?
You
Oh, my
already
bad,
know.
G Style. Who you was talking
Everybody's a
about, G Style?
tether. You already know.
Mm. I be dolo from state to state. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Type
how you
shit.
allowed to do that if you ain't free? If you dolo state to state, you can only do that if you free, right?
Nah, you could do that anywhere in the world, my brother.
Man, bro, we talking about America, bro. Come on, man.
Bro, you could do that anywhere in the world. And I'll be real with you. I can do what I can do because I'm a little less constrained than most people.
Oh, here
Like
we
I
go.
ain't got nah. I'm saying I'm less constrained, like constricted. I don't have an ID. Like I haven't had an ID in about a decade, my nigga. Like I'm not even. I damn near live off the grid. Like
Oh,
I
so
don't.
you don't have a driver's license that's valid?
No, hell no. Nah. I ain't never
Oh,
had
so
a driver's
what you
license
a
before.
more or something? You sovereign?
Nah, hell nah. I got money,
So
nigga.
look,
I'ma drive the
Madonna.
car.
So look, Madonna, right? You know I make the simple arguments, right?
Oh, go ahead, bro.
You're not even free to do whatever you want on YouTube, right or wrong.
Facts.
Well, that's
You
because there's
That's why
policies
you be scared to call them Ashkenazis out. That's why you
you
say
feel me?
small hats and
I
things
just was
like
about
that.
to say that,
okay,
Willie. You right.
bro. If you go listen to any of my music, bro, what are you talking about? I
I'm
got
not
songs that
talking
got
about your
banned off of
music.
YouTube.
I'm
YouTube
not.
didn't pull some of my songs,
That's the
No,
point.
that's the point.
So you weren't
but
free
it's they shit though.
to
It's
do
they
whatever
shit.
you wanted.
It's not my shit. It's they shit.
No, 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 no. You know, freedom is expensive. So you free
Mm.
in the space you create, but now you ain't free over here. Like
Man,
Yeah.
you know how much
yo,
shit we say on
Madonna,
these
you got
panels. You know how
bars.
much shit we
Your
say on these
bars
panels.
ain't free
I hear all
on
kind of shit. I
YouTube.
done got niggas said they was gonna delete me, all kinds of shit.
We know these things, but let's stay on the logical
YouTube ain't did
conversation.
none of them niggas. I
Can I
go
speak
ahead.
some logic?
Kick it.
Peace, God.
Okay. What prompted me to call was when you guys was talking about uh, the space situation. I'm an older brother, so I was around, let's say, when they had Apollo 13, when they supposedly actually landed on the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want you guys to use some logic and investigate it for yourself, and you'll be able to see things that the average American to this day does not see. For instance, how did they take the pictures? We talk in
See?
1967.
See?
We talking 1967. If you watch the footage, it was as
And
if
bro, they
they
had
also took
cameras
a.
in the 1800s. So
They
Right.
had
to
cameras the
your
size of a projects
hold on,
building.
hold
The
on. But to
cameras,
your hold on. But to your point of how did they take pictures? We know in the 1800s they had you get under the little canopy and you shoot the flash and it got the sparks, right? So they could take pictures.
you're
No,
missing my
no, that
point.
doesn't
I'm
answer it
talking
because
about
he
the
how you take a
angles. I'm
picture
talking
in
about the
outer
angles.
space.
No,
Yeah.
no, listen to me. I'm not saying they couldn't take pictures. The angles of the pictures that were actually taken without everybody's supposed to be in the spaceship. How you gonna have somebody
Yeah,
taking
somebody had to. That's what I was
photos?
saying.
Yo, listen, man,
What I'm
this gonna be
saying
the
is
same
They
it
had
argument
was an
our
cameras attached
kids.
to the
illusion.
Outside.
This
They
gonna
had
be the
cameras
same
attached to the
thing our
outside that
kids
was in
say about
protective.
AI.
They
How did they
sir,
do
sir,
that back then? Right?
what
No,
I'm
they had
saying is
cameras
this. What
attached
I'm
to the
saying
side
is
of the
this.
vehicle, bro. The vessel, I mean.
If you go back and you
Yo,
examine
today's
the
mathematics
footage,
is cipher
you would
born,
see
if I'm not mistaken,
well,
right? Cipher born.
Mhm.
my brothers,
Well, I know
if
what you
you were
mean,
to
bro, but
go
they had
back,
cameras attached to the outside. You can look it up.
brother, I'm saying is you're going to see shots.
All right, I'm gonna chill out,
Whereas,
Q.
say for instance, when they took off to come back, you're going to actually see like cameraman action, watching the ship take off, go up, pan over to whatever direction that it goes. You're going to see things that
All
using
right.
logic it would have
Because
been
they left
impossible.
All
equipment.
right,
They
so
left
hold on.
equipment on the
So
moon.
hold on. First off,
My
pause,
brother, you
right? Because
speculated. I'm telling you about
before
No,
we
things that
I've
I
drill
know
seen it,
and you
bro.
can
I've
see
down,
for
seen it.
yourself.
hold
I've
on.
seen it, bro. I've
Hold
been
on.
beating up flat
Before we
earthers for 10
drill
years.
down,
But you didn't
before we
see it
drill down
with
on
an
the
investigatory eye.
specifics, hold on.
You did not
Before
see it
we
with an investigatory eye.
got you. Now, before we get to the investigatory eye, right? And before we drill down on the specifics, understand we are in 2026 and Artemis 2 is on the way back. So what is
That's
the
right.
argument at this point? Like that
But
we
they're not
haven't
landing. They are not landed. They haven't landed since 50 years ago. Now,
They
with
didn't
all the
want to land.
technology we have right now, with all the
Yeah, I'm about to
technology
say
that we
they
have,
said they was orbiting moon. Even
Yeah, they didn't want
the
to
was
land.
saying
They was
like
doing.
this is they didn't want to land. Shut the fuck
they
up.
can't land. They don't have the technology. They
so
didn't have
that's
it then and they don't have it now.
so right. So that's why I said what I said. Like
You
your
know about
point
the
is
Transformer conspiracy?
What's
here
the
he
My
go.
brother,
transformer conspiracy?
all
Hold
you
up.
Hey
have to
Dev, give me
do
the keys,
is
Dev.
watch for yourself
Somebody
with
gotta
an
control this nigga,
investigatory
bro.
eye. That's all you have to do. And then you'll come back on this show and be like, yo, this
Cause
brother
Q
was right. How did they do this? How
investigatory
did they do
third
that?
eye ain't open.
Yo,
He trying
Bro,
to
I
let you
seen
my
all
know.
that little
brother,
footage.
listen, how you gonna have doom buggies on the moon with dirt flying around, flags flying, and all that shit when it
Yeah,
has no
all that.
atmosphere?
All that.
Yeah,
What
no,
you
that
mean,
can't.
bro?
That I mean,
I
nah, he's right on this, and I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna defend you with this because I agree with you. They never went, but like, listen,
Oh shit.
physically, it's impossible for dust to go up. It's no the vacuum of space. It's no oxygen. It's no air. Flags can't wave shit like that. Like it
What you
just
mean
doesn't
dust
make
You
can't
sense,
go
so
up?
look, this the
nigga.
reality, right?
It's no gravity
Things
on
that we
fucking in
know we
outer
have
space.
Bro,
technology
that don't
for
mean dust
right
can't go
now.
up.
Hold on.
You
Things
do
that
understand
we'll
like the
hold
gravity and
on.
thing on the moon
Things
is
that we
completely different from ours. It's not
understand.
gonna
We
be
Okay,
the
have
same.
is the
technology.
dust
Hold
heavier than the
on.
air?
Nah, let
Hold
Willie
Oh
on.
be
my bad,
Will
Willie.
go real
Hold
quick.
on. Things we have technology for right now, we will argue like there wasn't a high probability that was a fair level of technology 20, 30 years ago. So when we make these arguments that we couldn't do this, we couldn't do that, and we can do it now, it's just a bad argument to make. That's
No,
why I'm
what have
saying
we?
let's
Nah, listen, Willie. You said okay. Listen, we went to the moon the first time in '69, right? We have not been back to the moon. Mind you, they say the cell phone
Bro,
you
they went to
carry.
the moon like five,
Stop,
six
stop,
times.
stop, stop, stop,
that's
stop,
it.
stop, 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 stop.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Supposedly.
So yeah, no, let's say that's factually. All right, the last moon, I mean the last launch was Apollo something, that was like 74. All right. So we still have not been back at all in the last 60 something years, damn near.
That's because
But they say
a lot of the funding was
hold on,
cut.
stop. But they say that we have more technology in this cell phone than they did for the rockets, all the rockets that went up in space. Now, do you know why they said we ain't been back in the last 60 years? This is no exaggeration. Y'all can look it up. They said we lost the technology.
Bro, you took that out of context.
It's not. How do I
When you
take
say,
we
hold on,
lost the
hold on.
technology out of
When you
context?
say they had, when they was talking about, hold on, when they was referencing how much technology, when they was comparing the technology that's in the phone to back then, they were
No,
just saying
nigga,
how.
they asked the
Hold
nigga
on,
and
bro.
if they
They
asked
was
the nigga
showing,
in
bro,
NASA,
bro.
why
I
haven't
heard
we
that.
been back to the
Bro, I
moon? The
heard
nigga
that. I
literally
heard
said,
that.
being
Listen,
honest, we lost the technology to
bro,
go.
I'm talking, bro.
That's
I'm
it.
talking
It's no
about
way to
when
take
it
that out of
comes to the
context, Madonna.
comparison, because everything was bigger. They found better ways to make the chip. That's why it got smaller, bro. But I mean, so what are you talking about? He wasn't talking about like they
KT,
didn't
this the
have it.
reality,
It
right? The
was just shit
last
was
moon
bigger.
landing on record is Apollo 17. Like, this
Mm,
is a 3-year thing of us going to the moon. At that point, yeah, the moon got kind of played out. So we stopped going up there.
that
Started
doesn't make
studying
sense.
other things.
Nah,
Yeah,
it
they
That
got
thought
no
it
really
was
doesn't.
irrelevant. A
exploration.
lot of
Listen,
people thought it was
Nah,
irrelevant,
it got
hold up.
ain't no money in
and they
it,
didn't want to
bro.
fund
That's
it.
why.
What played out was the deception. That's
No,
why they
No, hold
stopped
up.
because
ain't no
We
people.
money
fighting
in
every
that
day
shit,
about
bro.
land, and y'all trying to say a whole place that we could colonize isn't a fucking importance, nor
That
does it
goes
get a
back to the
bag.
How
transformer
are we
conspiracy.
gonna colonize the moon?
You
What
can't.
do
Who's
you? We
we?
just talking about how we gonna colonize Mars? How
If you
Negroes?
talking
And
about
Mars
people
is
really
no,
different though.
no,
believe
Mars don't have
Elon
the
Musk?
same
wait,
shit
wait,
going on over
KT,
there.
no. Nobody
The
was
dark
talking
side
about
of the
we
moon,
was gonna
remember?
colonize Mars. We were talking about if Mars could be colonized.
And it
That don't
can be.
necessarily
Now,
factor in
if we
we.
would now listen, if we would have been still studying this since the when y'all saying it got played out, we would have much better odds.
Wait.
Or
I
Pan
don't think you
Africans wanted to
understand what I'm
focus on
saying.
playing drums and shit.
Yeah, I don't think you
Uh,
understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is them, right? If you make a
And
separation
FBAs now
between
want to be
you and a
ABO. Niggas
them,
want to focus on genealogy and ABO shit.
uh,
We ain't never getting to the fucking moon.
chill, what's the nigga on Artemis? It was a nigga that went up there and took some of them pictures that now are gonna should finally put the flat earth to bed, right?
Yeah,
Nobody argues about flat Earth. I
you
hope.
talking
I
about
don't think too
the
many
black
people
guy.
argue about flat
Right.
Earth unless they
I
just
mean, if
crazy,
it's a
right?
conversation after what Artemis 2 comes back with, right? We can all watch it come back into the atmosphere late night tonight, like I think early morning,
That whole
right?
shit AI, son. That whole shit
See,
Nah, that ain't.
see,
Listen, no,
you
I mean
see,
like
Dev,
we
this your
can. No,
man,
hold up.
this your
If
man
we can
Q.
literally show, if we can literally show videos of people that's quote unquote in the International Space Station floating in space, but we can show wires on them, we can prove they're
Yo,
lying. So why we?
KT, Q is just mad he wasn't on the plane. Like the cure to the American hairline might be on Mars, right?
Nah,
Right.
He's
it
just
definitely
mad
is
he
just because
wasn't
you
on
younger.
Artemis.
That's
He
facts. You
know
younger. You
he know
younger in
this
outer
level of
space.
science is happening. Don't
So
let
he
him
could bring back
listen,
his
bro.
youthfulness and that'll bring it back type shit. I agree. However, don't hate on my man's because that ain't what he was mad for. He not even
No, but
mad
I'm
at
letting
all.
you know.
I'm
He
mad.
respects science. Don't fall. He's trolling, is what I'm saying. I just want to make
Nah,
sure you know.
I'm mad because this just being honest again, like we can say some things and I agree like a lot of it makes sense. I'm saying what about the things that don't make sense? We can't really just keep skipping over those shits
Then they
like those
just
aren't
don't make
vital
sense,
things.
bro. We study what
That's
we
because
study.
you don't understand it. That's
A
just your
nigga,
fault.
I understand a nigga on the wire when he's supposed to be in outer space, my nigga. Ain't nothing. It's just like what you said. Oh, you took that out of context. This nigga said literally verbatim, we lost the technology. It's nothing to take out of context about that. That's what he said. You
Who
feel me?
said
Like
that?
the dude, one of the lead guys at NASA
Who?
in the 90s, I believe.
Because I don't think none of the
You
niggas
can
from
look it up.
NASA.
Like you can just literally Google just YouTube video. NASA member says we lost the technology to the moon.
So listen
Swear
what
to
I'm telling
God.
you, right? Like I've been to Florida, right? Like where they got the whole NASA. You could go in there and see the old spaceships, right?
Mm.
All of them niggas, I'm talking, even if you talking about the janitor,
That's when you
none
was
of them
visiting your
niggas think
Cuban
we
cousins.
lost no technology.
Yeah.
None of them.
Huh?
Not even the janitor.
Nah, Willie be down there with his Cuban cousins.
Hey, yo, chill
Mm.
out, Q.
Hitting the salsa and shit.
This nigga be telling.
He's at
Hey, yo, chill out.
FBA, Holmes.
You feel me? Orale vatos.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Down there in
Man.
Orlando, he be swearing he down there at
I'm
Disney
saying
World. He
shout out
really
to
at
that
Domingos.
African
Yep.
American out of space. And don't be trying to claim this nigga when he come back. when the nigga whipped Artemis back to Earth, don't be trying to claim him like no,
What's
he's
his
not
name, Willie?
FBA. The homie.
I was about to say shit,
Nah,
black
man.
I'll
guy.
tell you right now.
His
Shit,
name is
Act
black
like I
dude.
ain't got Google. I'll tell you.
Hey man, nah, hold up. And you trying to act like somebody's supposed to inherit some house nigga or something just because the nigga hopped off a plane talking about he went out of outer space. Hey man,
Why
I don't
my
give a
G gotta
fuck.
be a house nigga?
Yo, what you mean, bro? Nobody give a fuck about cause you talking about this nigga. He went in outer space. That nigga went in the atmosphere. That's what I'm saying. That's the other thing. Why are we talking about these niggas are going to the moon?
Nigga
They didn't
hating
go
on
to
my
no
nigga
fuck.
Victor
And that
Glover.
nigga named
Hey
Vince
yo,
or
the
some
nigga
shit.
hating on my nigga Victor Glover.
That
Yeah,
nigga
You
named
heard
Victor.
me,
That's what
Vince.
I
Don?
knew it started with a V. Yeah,
V
He
Victor.
Victor.
hating
That
on my
nigga a
nigga Victor
Mexican.
Glover, Madon.
That nigga a Mexican.
Yeah,
Nah.
Victor, man. He the pilot. You know, they had to get a nigga to fly the shit.
Yeah, y'all gonna try to put the nigga in
That
the
nigga
FBA
middle name
museum.
Juan.
That's what I'm not gonna let you do, KT. You're not gonna put him in the hidden museum
Oh
Right.
because
nah.
African
All
American.
niggas go to the FBA museum. That's first
No.
things first. You feel
Mm.
me? All
And they
Negroes,
got a
all
nigga pilot, bro. You don't get no better than that.
man, shit, the nigga just going up. What the fuck? Nah, hey,
Bro, he
listen for
drive.
real though.
He the
Chill,
pilot,
chill,
my
chill.
nigga.
Let me say this in dead ass seriousness. Why we keep saying they going back to the moon? Like they haven't gone back to the moon, and going back to what you said, Willie. Again, right? You right. If they advance this technology, why the fuck we haven't gone back to the moon?
Because there was no
Money.
need to, my
Ain't no
Right.
nigga.
money in
We
that shit,
doing other
son.
shit.
So why are we
Yeah.
doing it now? What's the money in going in the atmosphere
AI
near the
is where
moon?
the money has been for the last
Nigga,
20
AI is the
years.
money because that's why we
Nah,
going to
you know
outer
what it
space
is?
because of AI,
Nah,
nigga.
NASA got to justify their budget right now.
Cap.
Nah, Elon
Yeah.
Musk got them looking crazy.
Right. Fucking
And
with
they
your nigga.
Cap.
realized that
They,
the
bro,
helium, and
listen
they
to me,
realized
bro.
that the
I
helium
ain't gonna lie,
3.
Elon
Listen
Musk got
to
them
me,
looking like, yo,
y'all.
shut the whole agency down, son. If y'all
You
niggas
know,
don't do something in this next
Oh,
6 months, we
yeah.
shutting
Now,
y'all
all
niggas
jokes
down.
aside, KT, that's no lie. Like that whole Space Force thing, it damn near put NASA, legitimate scientists, out of business. That ain't even cap.
nigga, who gives a fuck? It's not legitimizing no nothing. They ain't did shit for the last 90 years,
That's
60
because you
since the
not trying
last
to
time
go
we
to the
went to the
moon, my
moon.
nigga.
Now listen, them
How
niggas
you
ain't
get the
did
You not
some
technology in
shit.
trying to
your? How
go.
did you get the technology in your phone?
What about that memory foam mattress, baby?
See? And when the
Huh?
Yeah.
boule is on the
Where
moon,
you think the
everybody
microwave
gonna be
come
mad
from?
at the boule. Like, oh, y'all niggas just
Bro, we
left us
think we
on
think
Earth.
these shits was made because niggas was in space.
Nah, bro. They used it. They had to microsize the technology to fit in
Now
some of the
hold up, we
capsules.
think
So
niggas made
it
these
gave
shits for
advancement
space,
to the
cuz.
technology we got today. Nigga, what you talking about?
Hey,
Hey
yo,
yo, my
Q,
nigga, please
these
stop.
flat Earth niggas is gonna be here on Earth when niggas got condos on the moon and be like,
KT
yo, the
don't even
boule
have
left
ID,
us.
bro. He
Nah,
don't
The
I
even.
don't
boule
think the
left
earth
us.
I don't think the earth flat, my nigga. I won't be real. Don't hit me with that one. I will say I don't believe it's round.
Oh shit.
I'll say that for shit show. I
My
believe it's
nigga
more
is
bell shaped.
my nigga is pictures coming back from Artemis. Fuck
Yeah,
what you
Artemis
talking
just
about.
destroyed all that shit, man.
I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Cause
Is Artemis
if I even
destroying Neil
tried to give
deGrasse
you,
Tyson? Let me
if
ask
I
y'all:
even tried to
do we
give you,
trust Neil
right?
deGrasse Tyson? People,
Hold
even
on.
Neil deGrasse
Hold on,
Tyson
hold on, hold
admits
on.
that the Earth is
I'm
not
saying
round;
if
it's an
I even tried to
oblong
give
shape.
you, if I
That's
even
still
tried to
around,
give you
bro.
that in
That's
the
not
60s, we didn't go to space and do these things. My nigga, this 2026. You don't think we in space? You really
no,
don't believe we in space in 2026?
no, we're not.
Bro, China didn't
Crazy.
put shit on the moon. What are you talking about, man?
Crazy.
There's an
Africa,
international space
Africa launching
station.
satellites now, man.
You do know the International Space Station is in the Earth's atmosphere, right? It's not even
Yeah,
in space.
it's in low Earth orbit, bro.
That's still our atmosphere, nigga.
Bro, you know
But it's
how
like,
far
what are
the
we
atmosphere
denying?
extend outside of the Earth? Do you know how far it extends?
Yes, that's what space is. But if you're in low Earth orbit, you're still in our atmosphere,
But have
nigga.
you
That's
ever
why you're.
seen any of these
The fuck?
pictures that come back from these space stations, Artemis and all? It's not bell
Yeah.
shaped. Nothing's like a bell.
So that's how you know they have to be lying. Like science says that it's oblong. It's not. It's not round.
Bro, that's
You can
because it's
still,
I'm
you
rotating.
can
about
That's
to
because
still
it's rotating.
listen. The
That's
last
because it's
NASA pictures.
rotating, bro.
Hold up, almost no NASA pictures. Like almost no NASA pictures. Sizes matching continent. You get what I'm saying? So when they take a picture one time and they see Africa, it'd be yay big. The next time it'd be bigger. The next time it'd be smaller than it was the last time. The third time, you know what I'm saying? It's never the same size almost.
That's because of
Not
the
not
functions
just
of the
saying
camera,
Africa
bro.
do.
It
Yo,
depends on what
Bino, man,
See, it
just
can't be
like
an
functions in the
excuse
camera
for
they're
you,
using.
everything,
and not
y'all.
even saying this on no wild shit, like just the non-believers. Like
Bro,
I
don't you
need
got
y'all to
zoom on your
just
camera?
focus on
Don't
the
you got
things
different
on
shutters
Earth.
on your camera?
Like focus on the things on Earth, and let the space niggas handle space. Can we do that?
Ain't no space niggas.
Nah,
Them
there's some
airplanes,
space
hey,
niggas.
what them niggas got
You
is
just
really good
focus on the
airplanes.
niggas on Earth.
Them niggas
Yeah,
got
but they're
really
taking
good
all our
airplanes.
bread with them up there. They taking all our bread with them out there. You got niggas starving to death. You know what I'm
You
saying? I
feel me?
remember in the 60s, niggas was poor as hell, man. And these motherfuckers supposed to be going up there and they somewhere playing. Come on, man. This shit is a grip.
Oh, you on your
Yeah.
Jill Scott Heron, Whitey on the moon?
Oh, for shit show. I'm with Jill on this one. You hear me? I ain't even gonna hold you, nigga. Fuck
Nigga,
Whitey on the
Jay and
moon.
Kanye
Niggas
made
out
it to
y'all out
Paris.
here.
It's gonna be niggas on the
Yo,
moon.
man, fuck
I don't know
Jay and
if you
Kanye bitch
niggas gonna be
ass.
up there with me, but
Bro,
it's
you
gonna be
not going
niggas on
on
the
no
moon.
moon. Hush your ass up, man. Niggas is
I'm
not, boy.
stacking right now to take the
Niggas barely
Virgin
getting out the
flight to
state they
outer
born
space.
in. Talking about niggas going
Yeah,
to the moon. Boy,
yeah,
they
I'm with it.
said,
I'm
look,
going
when
up too,
niggas go
bro.
to the moon, it's gonna be for the experiment phase. Yeah, that's when y'all niggas go. Yeah, we need somebody to go up there. Y'all want to go?
Y'all
Shit,
flat
we
earthers
did.
scared.
I ain't no
And
flat
see,
We
earther.
can't we
but
can't
this
even
was
go to
gonna
the
be
bottom of
bad,
the
right?
ocean.
When niggas go to the moon and it's better up there than it is down here on Earth, y'all gonna say them boule niggas left y'all and went to the moon and sacrificed y'all. That's what y'all gonna say.
Boy, I'm gonna be honest with you. If niggas could move off the planet, I support it. You hear me? Do it, please.
All right,
Everybody
so
leave the
so
planet who wants to.
if white folk are already not even just white people, like
Mhm,
China, other
mhm.
countries are investigating this and they all have a similar understanding of the science behind it. Why are we fighting it when we ain't been past as high as JetBlue go?
It's two things I don't trust no government on, all right? Because what we talking about is things that only government people play in, right? Which is space and shit. So I don't trust the government with two
That's
things,
not
as I said.
true though.
That's true. It's no regular. You
No,
cannot be a regular civilian and go to fucking space, my
but
nigga.
wait, but wait,
You
but
gotta
And
the
you
go on a
study,
also
mission.
cannot hold up,
but
and
the
you also
study
cannot
of
be a
outer space
regular
though.
civilian and go
The
into
study of
Antarctica, but so
astronomy,
far.
the study of
So,
astronomy,
We'll
the
join the
study of the
military.
laws of the universe, right, isn't solely in the government's hands. It's an understood thing that the government capitalizes on better than anybody else.
Yeah, that's
do
why
you
they
know
made
who?
treaties.
Do you
That's
Scientists
why
know
they
who?
out
Do
made.
you
there.
know? Do you know who Luke
That's why
John
they made
Picard
space
is?
treaties.
Do y'all know who Luke John Picard is?
I don't know none of them niggas.
Luke John Picard is the first person to basically go above the atmosphere. Now, this is when you still could, as a civilian, go
Wait,
and do
nigga,
shit. They didn't
wait.
have a.
Jean-Luc Picard was a captain of the SS Enterprise or some shit from Star Trek.
Oh, yeah.
Jean,
That's who they.
yeah,
No,
see you bugging.
that's who
Hey
they
yo,
named him
come
after.
on,
That's
King.
what. No, you can look this up. That's who they named him after. They got a Hennessy commercial and everything about it. And even in the
This
Hennessy
nigga
commercial,
said a
listen,
Hennessy
he
commercial. I gotta
goes to
look
the
this up.
top. Word, look it up. He goes to the top, and this is why in the Hennessy commercial, I'm gonna explain this real quick. It's like he's floating in the air, and then he touches this water, and then he like dives in a pool, right? And then they
And
show
what
his
you said his
son,
name was? Jean-Luc Hennessy?
Jean-Luc Picard.
Hey
That
yo,
is
Picard.
the nigga from Star Trek, man.
yeah, it was the Russian
They named
cosmonaut
him after a
that was
nigga.
the first to orbit the Earth and all that. And
No,
America
that's
went into a
that's in a
frenzy.
rocket ship. We're talking about in a rocket ship. I'm talking about when civilians could still just go. Like regular civilian, because at one point in time it was everybody was still doing
See, this is
experiments. Shit was
crazy.
not
Oh yeah,
regulated.
I
You
remember the
See,
still
this
flat
is
Earth. The
crazy.
flat Earth
See,
guy tried
this
to
is
go
wild.
years back here, and it was
See, this is
fatal.
no,
wild.
this bro, the skies
But
have
you
been
don't even
regulated for
believe America
since
made it to the
1900.
moon, but you
Listen to
believe
me, listen to me, listen to
regular
me.
people was going out of space.
No, he didn't go to outer space. He was trying to go to outer space. That's the thing. Now he says he did get up there and he seen what looks to be water and he couldn't get up there.
Looks to be. What the fuck
Now
that mean?
he just said he
Yo,
couldn't, like,
man.
first of
Bro,
all,
no, if he said it was water, he can I
I
mean
got
looks
my
to be
nigga
don't mean
Donald
nothing,
Glover
bro.
coming back from the Artemis, man. He coming back with pictures. He's coming back with studies. He's coming back with calculations. I'm fucking with my nigga Donald Glover, man.
uh nah, fuck with Donnie, man. I ain't gonna
No,
hold you.
it's
But
Victor.
what I will say is
Victor,
this is what
bro.
I'm saying.
Oh, Victor Glover. That's
We
what I said.
cannot go. I don't believe we can go into space. Like I ain't
Bro,
gonna.
bro,
I,
some
I,
people still believe in white Jesus. You can believe what you want, but the
Wait,
fact remains, bro,
wait,
they doing things that'll blow your mind.
wait, Madame. Before you go there, what trips me out is the people that are more critical of science than they are history or religion. Before you get religified,
Woo!
Madame.
Who you hold up? Who you talking about? Cause you know I ain't the one for that, Willie. Now all that shit, but you know
But
I'll
that's
be.
what you saying, bro.
No, I'm
Like,
saying Jesus is bullshit.
No, I was just
You
saying you
see
can
me?
believe. I'm just saying you can believe in
I
whatever
know a
you
lot
want.
of this shit
but
I'm just
bullshit.
saying you
like,
can
No,
believe
no,
whatever you
it ain't
want, but
enough.
the fact remains they going to space, man, bro. Man, listen, bro. They got technology you can't even
Yeah, the
fathom.
fact remains
there's
it ain't
things
a nigga
about
you know who
space
to ever
and the
went to the
moon.
moon.
It's things about space and the moon that were understood hundreds of years. I'm gonna keep it short before we ever got to outer space. Like there were certain scientific studies that were understood. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
But even down to that, even though like I'm keep it real with y'all. I'm like I said, I'm not a flat earther, but what I will say is just the knowledge of history. We can admit most of that comes from niggas who believe the earth was flat.
Bro, you gotta give it up to the white man, bro. He got a
No,
he
it
got
ain't
a
no
mind.
white man.
Hold on,
No, it
hold
ain't
on.
no
Let me
white
say what I gotta
man.
say, bro. The white man, he don't. I mean, he believe in Can't, but he conquers Can't. That's why he conquered the air. He conquered the sky. The white man want to conquer space, so he gonna take the. He gonna
Yo,
take whatever.
you're a
He
weird
gonna take.
nigga,
Hold on.
Madon.
He gonna take. Bro, I'm just being real. He gonna
Madonna,
take
do you
whatever
That nigga
believe
took this as
consequences.
a
do you
moment to
believe
suck
in
The
white
white
people
man.
space?
dick.
Because
The
Elijah
white man gonna
Muhammad
take
talked
whatever
about the mothership.
consequences to
Wait, I want to
conquer
ask you,
whatever it is.
Madonna, can
Somebody
I
got to
ask you a
sacrifice.
question?
Say what?
Do you believe in space? Because Elijah
Hell
Muhammad
yeah.
talked about the mothership.
Bro, I used to go to no, because when I
All
was
right, so
young, when
that's
I
what
was
I'm
in the
saying.
fifth
No,
grade,
you're not the
hold on, let me
right
tell you
one
how
for
I
the
believe it. Let me tell you
conversation.
what made me believe in space. When I was in the fifth grade, when I was in Alabama, I went to Huntsville Space and Rocket Center, right? And when I went in there, bro, and the different things I got on and shit, bro, it blew my fucking mind, bro.
So
I've been
you
in love with
believe in
space ever since.
science? Okay.
So yeah, that's what got me into NASA,
I
Huntsville
took
Space and
I
Rocket
took
Center.
my kids to the whole joint in Florida, the NASA space centers and
Yeah,
all
they
of that,
had
and
the
I
theater.
lost
They
my
had
mind.
bro. NASA had a theater in Huntsville where the screen go up under your feet, right? And then they had the simulation of the seats where they move and you feel like you're in outer space. I mean, it was the most mind blowing shit of all time. And that
Them
was in the
niggas sold
goddamn
my
early.
dying
That was in
goofy
the
ass
early
a
'90s. That was
dream as
like
a
'91.
kid. They sold your goofy ass a dream as a kid, and you still
Nah, that wasn't
believe
no
that shit
So
dream,
look,
nigga.
sad.
so
NASA is real.
KT, right?
That
You
nigga said I'm
Abo
going to
niggas will say
space.
it's no ships, right? So, but now with this whole space argument, we have the actual vessels that came back from outer space. So now,
Right.
how do you argue that? Now
Yeah,
they
because they
just
got
can't
them
go out of
vessels in
space.
Huntsville, like you
Uh,
was saying in Florida, Willie.
a vessel coming back doesn't mean it went to the moon. Like that's what I'm saying. It's not hard to like fabricate evidence because again,
You know
it's
you
not.
can. Hey,
This
you know you can track
was to
Artemis, right?
stop.
You know you can get on a program and track
Hold
it
on, Madon.
and see where it's at, right?
Let's
Right now.
take it slow. Let's first figure out what's the point of contention. Because you do believe it's the moon, right?
For sure.
Do you believe the moon orbits the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you just don't believe that we've created the science that would allow us to land on the moon?
Nah, I keep it real. Like, I do believe in the Bible a little bit. I believe in some of the things, like the stories, the
But
premise of
wait,
the
wait,
stories.
wait,
Oh
wait,
shit! Here we go.
wait. I'm
And I'm
just
knocking.
talking about I'm just talking about the Earth that we can send a rocket ship out of space into. I'm not talking about no doctrines, no books. right? I'm not for whatever we've learned about space that we can accept. There's no Leviathan. We ain't seen a Nephilim yet. So I'm just talking about
Precision.
anti-gravity. I'm talking about the different factors, rotation, flat Earth, like those scientific
Rocket
conversations.
ship doesn't make sense.
Why not?
But it damn sure make
For
Scientific.
what
dollars.
we no, I mean what we talking about in terms of like, okay, let's like you said, take it slow. We gonna stick to science, right? So we talking about a ship that's made to run through our starting gravity force. Then as it goes up, it goes somewhere that literally has no gravity. And then it has to still center itself in a place with a different set of gravity from the first set of gravity that it's being, all while never testing for that gravity atmosphere because
So
it's no
now stop right
possible way.
there. Would you agree, right, that in everything you said, propulsion is a factor, right? So we
Mm-hmm.
know, even if we accept that there's gravity, once we at the airport, right? When we get in that plane takes off, right? And it's
Mm-hmm.
in the air. Now, if that plane has enough propulsion, if you agree that there is anti-gravity out there somewhere where gravity isn't a factor, with
Mm-hmm.
enough propulsion, that same plane you're on can
Mm-hmm.
go straight up 180
Mm-hmm.
degrees and go straight up in the air, right?
Yep.
And so it can reach that anti-gravity space.
Yep.
So you do agree all these things are possible.
Yep. That beginning
All right.
half. Now let's get to the third
That's
phase.
a good start.
How you
Right.
how you how do you land on the planet that has a different gravity force than our own? And then you have to first of all, we the only thing we can make is a projection of how we expect it to work. Now, I've always heard if you want to make God laugh, tell him what you got planned. So long story short, the shit you be planning, even though it might like go right, how you planned it probably ain't how it's gonna go.
Got you.
And
But
it,
here's the problem though, right? Before you bring God into it,
mm,
things like how the moon revolves around the earth have been
mm,
studied for thousands of years. So there's
yeah,
all types of calculations on it, right? So
mm,
to your point, it could go either way when you actually try to land this ship, right? But with all the beautiful things that mankind has been able to accomplish, what would make you believe we couldn't land on a planet that
because you have to
under
have
that
because the ship that we sent there.
hold on,
Go ahead.
that under the scientific laws that we respect has some type of gravitational force like we have, right? Some level of it, right? How do
Yeah,
you now don't think that we could accomplish figuring that out and just landing the plane?
because again, you're like literally the ship has to be built to be able to withstand that different level of pressure. If
You
that
don't
makes
think it
sense,
could do
huh?
that?
No, like you
Bruh.
do understand that's why we have to have a spacesuit, right? Because if we took that off, it would compress us instantly. We'd just blow the fuck up.
So that's
So
the
what I'm
point though.
saying
We
is, you
can
have to
create
send.
that.
Hold up, you have to send the ship from here that starts here and doesn't break. Like you got to think about it like this: if the weight is 5 times harder there, then that means you have to send a ship that weighs 5 times
So
the mass that we can
got you.
handle. So that
Well
shit
wait,
got to get the fuck up off the ground
not
and go there land after going through infinite
not
space, which doesn't have a
necessarily, right?
gravity
Because
point.
let's start
Doesn't really
on the
make
And
sense.
earth
come
that we
back.
know. Let's
Yeah, and
start on the
then
earth
Man.
yeah,
we hold
that,
on.
we ain't even talked about that. That's what I'm
Hold
saying.
on.
I
Let's
don't
start
know.
on the earth that we know, right? We have
Mm-hmm.
submarines that
Mm-hmm.
go underwater. They have to deal with different levels of pressure and things like that.
Oh, that would
And
be a great example, right? No, listen to me. That's a great example because the farthest we can go down, it's nowhere near the amount of pressure that we would be facing or any ship would be withstanding, even just floating through space, my nigga.
that's
The
actually
pre
incorrect.
That's
no,
because you don't
no,
understand orbit. You don't understand how
Yeah,
orbits
nah,
work,
but
bro.
wait, that's
But they do.
actually when you
no.
deal
It's
with ants.
that is true, and I'm gonna tell. Hold on, listen,
Hold
Willie. We can
on,
prove that real quick.
hold
We can prove
on,
that real quick.
hold on,
Even it's a guy
hold
that
on,
stayed. Listen, it's a guy that was on the International
hold
Space Station. The
on.
man
Before
had a
you go
twin.
there,
Listen.
let's understand something, right? The levels of pressure under the sea are completely different from the elements you will be dealing with when you're talking about anti-gravity, right? So These are things you've mentioned that you think may possibly be true. So you would understand the physics of it that, yeah, a can will probably
So
get,
do they not say literally if you take your spacesuit off, you're going to get pressurized and explode?
they probably do.
You're going to
That's not my
suck up
point.
like a can. That's what. So that's something taught. That's not what I'm thinking. I'm just saying exactly how they explain it. These are the people who's supposed to be doing the work going up there, right? So that's what I'm saying. We need a spacesuit in order for us to not be pressurized. You can't now say, nah, that pressure don't exist there. Yes, it does, and it exists there way beyond the
I'm
amount of the
saying
ocean. That's the main point I'm putting here.
that's the
We
part I'm
can't even
arguing.
go that far in the ocean. We only even explored 5% of the ocean so far. We can't go nowhere near the bottom of it. So how do you think we can somehow go through an infinite space void that's like 20 billion times that pressure to land somewhere that has a completely different level of gravity and be able to have a ship that can handle both our gravity and that separate gravity while floating through the pressure space of infinite void? Like, man, no.
Because I
Try
respect
through
because
trial
I
and
respect the
error,
basics of
they
science.
conquered, and they conquered it, bro. What are you
But
talking
before
about?
you go there, because I respect the basics of science. And
Mm.
even in what you're talking about, right? The difference between the ocean and outer space, one of the main differences is mass. That's a major component in whatever calculation you're going to put together, right? So the amount of pressure and these things that can be calculated can be different between space and the ocean. You would
No,
agree.
I mean, nah. It's way easier to say. It's more pressure. I mean, you got to think about the ocean. Literally moves off of the waves' gravitational pull. So I mean, no, like it would easily the planets alone just being in the atmosphere. Like that's how we orbit each other. That's how everything stays in, or it's the gravitation of other planets in alignment. So just going through space, going to these places, that there alone is going to make you're going into a void of it, full of pressure, way more than the ocean can make. Again, like the
Man, you
moon is
tripping,
not a
bro.
So
planet.
basically you're not
You
coming
is
into the
tripping.
black interstellar co-op. You ain't with it.
Oh no, I'm with it, but this shit that we going off of, we gonna die
Okay.
trying to go up there.
Okay, who told you about space? Who gave you your understanding of space and how it works?
Well, it's the difference between like how I seen it and who taught me it. So which one do you want?
Bro, whatever it takes to make you give me an answer.
I mean, I'm either war. I'll answer both. I mean,
I'm just
but
saying, come on, bro.
I learned it from school.
You
Obviously,
filibustering, bro. Come on, man.
I'm
But like I said, bro,
filibustering.
you don't
Yeah, I
understand
learned
how
it from
space
school.
works.
Obviously,
You don't. I'm just
how do
saying,
I not
I'm
understand
just
how it
saying, you
work?
don't
I just
understand how
explained
space
how it
works,
worked
bro.
to a T, nigga.
No, you don't, bro. Because if you
See,
did, you
that's what
won't be
somebody
arguing
do
it.
when they don't
You
have an
won't, bro.
actual
You will
point.
not, bro. You, if you understood it, you will understand how they able to put these vessels in space. How they able
You,
to put these probes
they
in
don't
different
explain it.
orbits,
You okay? Explain it to me.
bro. What you mean?
I'm uninformed. You're very informed. Please tell me, Madonna. How do they do it? How does this like what I just explained? The pressure. You know,
So
somehow
so
we can't
wait,
make a
before we
submarine that can stand more pressure than it the submarine. That's not more pressure than outer space. The ocean doesn't create more pressure.
before we get the pressure, right? Let's just deal with leaving Earth. So you
Mm-hmm.
do believe in the science of propulsion and that we can potentially leave the Earth's atmosphere. Do you believe that or no?
Nah.
Okay. So we would have to first deal with that on a scientific level, which couldn't be proven because with the right amount of propulsion, anything can go in outer space with the right amount of propulsion.
Nah.
But what
I
level
mean,
of
you are
propulsion
you
will it
saying?
take to get back? You got to get there. You got to You got to break the moon atmosphere. Then you got to break it back again just to get back to here. Then breaks Earth. I mean, if you
So the
take a look at them
argument,
little ass
so
ships,
It's,
if
wait,
it's
you
real
take a
quick,
called
look at them little
it's
ships,
called an
real
then
quick,
orbital
you
and
can
being
go
plane,
I'm
back.
bro.
not a scientist, I'm not gonna say it too
You get
long.
in an
But to
orbital
your
plane.
point,
You get in
right?
an orbit
That could
with it.
be that could be solved by navigation because we do know the Earth has a gravitational pull. So once you're
Exactly.
in that gravitational pull, you're coming back to the earth, right?
That's not how it
Artemis,
works. Hold up. That's not
Yes,
how
it
it
is.
works. You
Yes,
should
it is,
hold up.
bro.
No, hold up,
They
hold up, hold up, hold up,
slingshot
hold up.
around the
Hold
moon.
up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Listen, just because you are in space don't mean that you're gonna float the earth. Because that's
Bro,
literally what
that
you just
wasn't my
said, which is
argument.
that's the only argument you could have. Because you're saying
No,
like
that's not
you
the only
get up.
argument you got.
nah, they
All right,
You
my
understand.
could
bad. Go ahead, say
you
it, say
could
it.
use propulsion to bring you back into the Earth's gravitational pull, and at that point, you're coming to the ground. It's not as so now when we put these things together, it does kind of make sense that there is a level of science that these things can be accomplished. With the
But you got to
basic
break the
things that I
moon's
know,
gravitational pull. What
with
about
my
the
No,
moon's
11th grade
gravitational pull
physics,
2 times? You got to break the moon's gravitational pull 2 times, going and coming back. And then you got to break the Earth's 2 times. And if you take a look at the vessels that they supposedly use, no,
I
no,
don't know.
they didn't even have enough.
Bro,
I don't know
have
two
you seen the
times. I don't know.
trajectory of how they went? Have you seen that?
the trajectory is
Yeah,
So,
crazy.
have you
bro, you
seen
saying you think
how Artemis
Artemis is a
2,
fake?
they
You
show
think,
you how they
hold
show you
up,
the
you
exact
think
path
that
route
space
Artemis
shuttle
has
that's
taken
coming
and is
back
taking.
into America or into Earth? I don't
You
know if
said
it's going to
what?
land in America. Nah,
You said
not you, KT. The other bro. You think that Artemis is a fake?
I didn't say Artemis is a fake. What I'm saying is it did not break the
I'm
moon's
asking you
armor.
about that
Okay,
though.
I'm saying is we have a Van Ryan belt. Now, if we have what I'm pretty sure that the moon has something similar in order to get through there, just to land on it. You have to break that to get in there, and you have to break it again to get out. Now, okay, now we have the technology supposedly to break ours. Okay, that's cool, but we have no idea because they just circling around it. You know what I'm saying? In the 60s, they saying that they broke it. And that's what I'm saying.
Well,
It's a hoax because if they could have did
But
it
if the
then,
no, it's
they
not.
wouldn't
science
do it
No,
says
it's
now.
that
not
there's
because
less of a
hold on, Willie,
gravitational
Willie.
force
No,
on the
because when you
moon
look at it,
than
right,
on Earth, what
they
about
show
that?
you how at certain angles of the Earth, right, it's less radiation. So when you look at the trajectory that they leave Earth, the Van Allen, the part of the Van Allen belt that they go through, it's like the most less
Madon,
that
you
you
don't
could
know
get.
nothing
that
Yes, I
do
about
do,
the
not
bro.
make
I,
Van
I
sense.
Allen
seen, I
belt.
seen, I seen the breakdown of it. How
That
they.
don't make sense though,
Yes,
Madonna,
it
because that
does,
mean
bro.
we'll
It
be
does
hold up.
because
Then
when
that
they
mean
go
we'll
through
be
it,
dead from
no, because
solar
what Van,
flares,
hold on, hold
nigga.
on,
How
on,
are we
because what Van
protected from
Allen said,
solar
hold on,
flares?
bro. What Van Allen
If
said
there's a
Madon, you
was,
don't
hole
know
in the
hold
Van
nothing
on,
Allen
bro,
about the
belt that
Van
because
stops.
Lathan
you
belt.
trying to go off of Van Allen, and what Van Allen said was, when someone exposed at least 7 days to
Van
this shit.
Lathan, all them
When Van
niggas.
Allen said when an astronaut is exposed to 7 days or more, that's when it becomes deadly. But when you look at how NASA go through the Van Allen belt, there's a section of the Earth based upon the magnetic field, right, where they go at this angle where it's the least of the radiation. They show you how they go through it, and they only go but in there maybe a day or two, and they going through it at a speed. So I'm just saying, just look it up how they get through the Van Allen belt, bro. I've seen it.
No, my point is an
How did they get to the
explanation is
moon?
no. Hold up,
How
an
did they get to the
explanation is
moon?
not an
Because
I
explanation
it's a
did
itself
free
is
test
not
for
because
proof of something,
eyeballs,
y'all.
it's an orbital.
free
It's a
DNA test for eyeballs. I had a name belt. I don't know about the Van Lathan belt, but I did have a name belt.
No, the
It
Van
said
Allen
"What
man.
you
belt, bro.
believe."
It's a level of radiation that's
But
protect the
listen,
earth.
that's not the excuse. I mean, the explanation isn't proof of something. Like I can explain to you how a gerbil could be made out of nothing. That don't mean
Bro,
it's
you can
true.
look
You know
this
what I'm
up.
saying?
What I'm talking about, you can look it up how
No,
they
but
got through
listen,
the
it
Van Allen
doesn't
belt.
make
They
sense.
show you how the
Like I
ship
can
goes through
listen,
the
I
part of
can
the Van
accept what
Allen belt.
somebody's saying, right? But again, on the reverse, that means solar
I ain't
flares
one
are now
love. You
easy to
ride with
impact
Madon. We
us.
gonna see how this play out.
It don't make
Madon, you got
sense.
people riding with you. Okay, one
Right,
love.
just look it up,
All
bro.
right,
They
we
got
gonna see how this play
really.
out. I'm looking it up.
I seen a video years ago where they show you what part of the Van Allen belt they went through, because people was asking these questions: how they get through it, how they get through it. So NASA and all these people show they got different models how they show you how they went through the Van Allen belt. They went through it at an angle where it's the least, and they went at a speed to where it wasn't fatal. Because when you read what Van Allen said, he said someone that's an astronaut that's exposed at least 7 days or more is fatal. So they try to run off of that, but when you look at what he really said, because that's what I had to do going against the flat earthers. So you can look it up, man. It's plain.
But what about the moons? They have no study on how to get through back and forth through that.
because they go. It's a certain orbit it's a certain trajectory you go through, right? That'll get you into the ellipsis of the moon, so you can go around the
Okay,
moon and
Madon.
it'll bring you
Yo,
back,
Madon, this is the first time you ever said something I'm actually gonna look into. I'm
bro.
looking
I
at
mean,
this Van
everything I say,
Allen
if you
belt.
look
Hold on.
into is you'll see is come
Yo,
back
chill
true.
out. Don't get excited. Like I'm just giving
Hey,
you
yo,
your
you was
props.
wild.
Okay, I'm looking at it.
But yeah, I had to study all that shit going against the flat earthers, man. That's how I found a lot of that shit out.
But if you look at those spaceships of, say, the first lunar landing, they did not have, not only did they not have the technology, they didn't have the build. Those ships wasn't built like that to be going through the moon's atmosphere, because
Why do you
it would
say
have had
that though? What makes
it
you
would have
believe that?
took. Look at the size of it, man. My building is bigger than this, man. My
Nah, it's
building
really
that I
not.
live in,
How many stories is your building?
my building is 7 stories, dude. My
Nah,
building,
yeah, like some of these ships, hold on. Some of these ships right now in Florida at these NASA centers are bigger than your building.
yeah, but they be breaking off before they even leaves Earth atmosphere. Good, they breaks off. It may be
Yeah,
large
so
because of the propulsion.
so the part that
What I'm
comes
saying,
back,
Listen,
but the part
hold
that
up.
comes back that they keep in the museum is even smaller than what was broken off of. I
For
agree with
sure.
you.
For sure. But
Right?
listen,
right?
Everything
listen,
doesn't come
hold
back.
up,
So
no,
where's
Willie.
the power?
Willie.
Where's the power going to come from in order to leave the moon atmosphere? Say you get in,
Yo,
what kind of power that is going to take for you to break the moon's atmosphere to come back in space, to come
some
back to Earth?
and
If you
also
look
But
at
if
can
I'm
those
not
someone
ships, it
please
mistaken,
didn't
the
happen.
moon
listen,
has
hold up,
less
Willie,
of a
Willie, wait, because
gravitational
I need you to
pull,
explain
right?
something before you do that. Hold up, explain something to me also, because I already asked this and y'all skipping over it. The pressure part. How can we not make a submarine that can go beneath the ocean real far, but we saying we can like something it's pull is strong enough to move the
But
ocean
we have
on
that.
Earth.
But we have that. We have
We can't
submarines. We have
they go
submarines
to
The
the
that
bottom
same
of the ocean.
the same way an asteroid, which is made of nickel and iron, don't crack or break up in space. It only breaks up when it comes into the atmosphere of the Earth. You see what I'm saying? That's how. So if you look at an asteroid while it's in space, you see it ain't the pressure ain't making it crumble,
That doesn't make sense. We're talking about it landing on another
bro,
plane
bro.
with a different gravity. That's why I'm talking about the moon. That's why I keep pointing out the moon's pressure itself is enough to
but it
pull.
has a
So what?
less
Whenever we get in this orbit, it's
but it
gonna
has
still
a
have that
lesser
pressure.
gravitational pull. We understand that, right? The moon doesn't have the same gravitational pull that Earth does. One of the
No,
main
that's the point.
reasons,
It has a whole different one.
hold on, so hear what I'm saying though. Yes, it's different, it's less. One of the main reasons is the moon isn't as big as the Earth, right?
No, it's our moon. It's
So,
not even a planet.
right, so I'm saying volume wise, the Earth is gonna have a stronger gravitational pull.
No, for sure.
Right. So it's
No,
not
in
like,
comparison, that's not but that's not we not that's not eliminate that don't eliminate the pressure it has thereof. See, if you just talking about the comparison of who got more pressure, the Earth that doesn't stop the pressure that's happening. That's why it still has
What
enough
pressure? What
pressure
pressure are you
to
talking about?
pull. Why the ocean is what moves the waves? Its gravitational pull. Yes, Earth has a bigger overall gravitational pull, but I'm saying we're landing at a place that has such a high gravitational pull it moves the ocean in waves. We can't even get something that can get to the bottom of the ocean, but y'all telling me y'all truly believe we getting something? We're building ships that can get through something that has so much pressure it's pulling that ocean. We can't get to the bottom of. We can barely even get in if we being honest. If we being very blunt, we don't even know where the fuck the bottom of the ocean is because we
That's
can't even
because of
really.
the mass of the water, bro. What are you talking about? You got all these leagues of water on top of you, man. You know what I'm saying? So you got to think about it. Space is different, man. You ain't an ocean of water on top of you in
Nah,
space.
stop skipping what I'm talking about, bro. I'm
I
talking
ain't
about we trying to
skipping, bro.
land at the place. We're trying to land at the place that's pulling the oceans of the earth. That's clearly a lot of
You know how big
gravitational
the moon
pull.
is. Do you know how big the moon is, bro?
Yeah, not. I mean, I'm not saying it ain't that
Okay, if
big. I
you know
mean, in
how big
comparison
the
to Earth,
moon is, if
it
you,
ain't
bro, you
shit
know the
for real.
comparison of the ship comparison to the moon, bro. The moon is big as hell. So this little capsule can land on the moon and take back off and get back into the certain orbit to come back to Earth, bro. It ain't no pressure like that.
Just ignoring their
How much fuel
gravitational
is that
pull.
going to take? How much fuel is that going to take? And did you take a look at the vessels that they supposedly have used to do that?
That's why, and listen, not only is they ignoring the gravitational pull, but what you're talking about, you're ignoring that it's a literal different gravity, like force field there, period. That's why when they quote unquote show movies, I mean, the video, niggas was
Okay.
jumping all high and shit.
Okay. Why
It's
was
a
they
whole
able to orbit
different.
the moon? Why was they able to orbit around the moon?
When did that
Because they
happen?
they flew around the gravitational pull of the moon.
Exactly. So all they had to do, that's how they timed it. So they timed it once the capsule came back around the moon, they timed it, went back up, connected to it, and took back off.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
point
you
is,
do
how did they
listen.
get through? How did they get
Yeah, go ahead.
through? How did they get inside of the gravitational pull of the moon, land there, and fight through the
Because once you
gravitational pull
descend,
of the
once you
moon to
descend
get
at a
back?
certain once you descend at a certain rate, it'll pull you to the ground. You gonna land.
Okay, how you going to get back up? How you going to get off
See,
the moon?
with the technology they had within the capsule they used to take off.
They didn't have that
With
technology
less
in
than
the
what's in your
60s.
cell phone, bro. Come on.
Bro, they show you examples of how they took off and connected back to the capsule that with the one guy up there
Yes,
waiting for him.
Like you said,
I
they
can
show
show you
examples
an
because they
example.
can't show the
Yeah.
evidence. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can show you an example of any. I
Well,
can
how do
show
they
you an
get? Okay,
example.
how do
Look,
they get moon rocks and
I can
all this
show you
shit?
an example of how Leonardo da Vinci airplane idea could have worked. You feel me? That don't mean the shit actually worked,
Well,
motherfucker.
why did China say they saw the flag that the United States put on the moon?
Yep, you got to stick with the lie you made.
Oh
What the
shit,
fuck? Nigga, why was the flag waving? Like that's what I'm saying. Y'all be skipping. Like that's my point. If little things don't make sense, how do we believe the overall bigger thing? What fucking air is on the moon, my nigga? What air is on the moon?
On a windy day.
Like what the fuck? When that happened? With less gravity. Come on, bro. Like, nigga, they got shadows up there and shit. Like, hey, shit going crazy, bro. Like, I'm sorry, bro. This don't, man,
what you
stop.
mean?
Like,
Because the sun shines on the moon. What do you mean? Because it got shadows. So you telling me the sun don't shine on the moon? Even the Earth shines on the moon. Artemis 2 showed us when they showed that double solar eclipse. They showed us how bright the Earth was, and that Earth light shines on the moon as well. Not just sunlight, Earth light. They said that the Earth, because of the clouds from that distance, the Earth is so bright you can't even
so
fixate your
that
eyes
just
on it.
grew to, so that's what I'm saying. This how crazy niggas is. Now we just accepting in the last 60 years, Earth and grew light that's perpetuating all the way to the moon.
No, I said through the clouds. By the cloud coverage, they was
Niggas ain't
talking.
say that in none of the times they went the first time. Now all of a sudden we just gonna accept because these niggas said it that that's real. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. That's what I'm saying. Earth light just grew through
Bruh, because
clouds in the last 60 years.
they was able in Artemis 2, they was able to turn the vessel at certain angles and shit like that. You know
Oh,
what
them
I'm saying?
niggas
So,
they couldn't turn the whip no way when they actually landed on the fucking moon though.
bro, what I'm
Which
saying,
one do you think you'll have a better
they
view
had a
at? If
different
you
mission.
actually
They had a
land on
different
the
mission,
moon and
bro.
look at Earth, or if you
Bro,
don't land anywhere and just look at Earth?
Artemis 2 made different turns and shit that it wasn't the first mission one for that. Artemis made different maneuvers to study different shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, cause Artemis ain't land on the moon. Artemis flew around Earth probably if we
Ex-
keeping it a buck. Cause why fuck you see Earthlight? Word up. That's where you see Earthlight, nigga. Talking about through the clouds. Yeah, when you right above them bitches, you see Earthlight, nigga. That sounds mighty convenient.
Hold on, let me address this client. Yo, G Style, I don't need Google AI, bro. I don't use AI, bro. I use solid videos, man. I got the NASA channel, nigga. What you talking about, bro? I watch the real shit. That's how I can explain it to the T. But go ahead, bro. I had to address that clown real quick. Come out some Google AI, nigga.
But I want you
Tripping.
to critically watch it the next time you watch it. And I'm talking about in particular the first so-called moon landing. And you will see evidence that would be impossible to present to people saying that they did this. You're going to see angles of the ships. You're going to see, as we said before, like Earth's gravity. I mean, like the same gravity that you see on Earth, you're going to see that being displayed on the moon. Yes, they took their time. They walked it like Herman the Monster or Frankenstein, a little something, something, something. But there were other unexplained. Okay, it's just like that flag waving. It just would have been impossible for them to plant that flag and for them to be waving. And there's certain shots of the astronauts and the ships, and you have no evidence of them taking no big, gigantic 1962 camera out there to take them pictures and bringing it back. You just don't have it.
Nigga, how you get the technology for it to work wirelessly off planet? That's what I wanted to say when y'all kept talking about like, oh, it's on the side and they just press the button. Nigga, what? How we get the technology for this? Like, come on, bro. Them
Bro,
niggas was talking about they hold
bro,
up. Now
NASA.
listen, you know they had to talk to Houston at certain times. They couldn't even because it took them literal like hours. That's what, well, at least what they said. It took hours for messages to get back on Earth. So how the fuck we trying to now say, oh yeah, nah, them niggas had something that was on Earth that was taking 12 hours to relay one dumbass message back. This is what they saying. It's taking 12 hours to relay a message back to fucking Houston sometimes. Now these niggas got the technology to instantly take camera pictures on fucking the moon, nigga. Man, yo, bro, niggas will believe
They
anything
did,
this
bro.
nasty.
Hey, bro, do you know how advanced camera and technology was in the 60s?
More
Bro,
advanced than us, obviously, because we ain't
bro,
been back to the
bro,
moon.
bro, they had technologies in the 60s to come and people had no idea about, man.
You feel me? Just hey, it had to be. It was so crazy nobody knew about it. They forgot about it. That's how crazy it was. Cause we can't even get there.
But NASA, brother, like the brother who studied NASA and space, I want you to, as I said, give a critical eye to it. And when you see the discrepancies in logic, please come back and present them to us on this show. I'm looking forward to that because it's going to happen.
Bro, trust me, man. I battle with the flat earth. The flat earthers, right? A lot of the points you're making, they present it because you know they don't believe. They think all the moon landing is fake. So I've probably seen the information you're talking about because they, you know, the flat earthers, they gonna bring every goddamn thing and scrutinize everything. So I probably seen what you're talking about. But I'll look back. I'll look at it again.
I would appreciate that. And please bring us the evidence because if you are astute in that subject, when you do see the indiscrepancies of it being true, it'd be important from your standpoint with your analytics to break down the impossibilities of it happening because I've done it just by looking at the footage. The footage explains that that's impossible for this to happen. And back in the days,
what footage? What footage you
like
talking
that.
about? What footage
The
you
footage
seen?
of them. Okay, in particular, what got me was the picture of them taking off. There was the camera had to be left on the moon, and it had the camera without a cameraman.
Watch them go up.
It watched them take off and follow their trajectory in the sky or in space. So that camera gotta still be there because they here.
They left the nigga. Pick one. You know what I'm saying? That's what I always said, because that's the only way that actually work. Even how you talking about like wireless, that's what I'm saying. It don't make sense. Like either they left the nigga, or like y'all said, they had the technology to make itself take a picture and somehow follow the fucking rocket and everything work on
Yeah,
time, and it
they
made it
left
the
all
first
they
time.
left all kind of stuff on the moon,
You feel
But
me?
they
They
ain't need the
had to.
cameraman.
bro. They didn't need a cameraman.
Yo, bro, if you take a look at that footage, man, it would have to be a camera person taking it. Someone had to guide that camera in order to follow the trajectory of that supposedly spaceship on the moon.
Yo, we at a time when niggas is still playing fucking word video games for fucking RPGs on
Bro, you
computers.
know
What we
how
talking
long they
about,
had
niggas?
technology that they could make a camera move, the lens move, and all that shit, bro. They been had
Bro,
that.
on moon is a different thing, my nigga. Like you're really wilding. Like
How
to
Yeah, for
long?
real.
remotely make something work on the fucking moon is crazy in any sense, shape, fashion, or form, nigga. Like getting things to function in regular airspace is honestly a beautiful feat, my nigga. so talking about something working all the way to fucking in the moon, and guess what? These niggas ain't never practiced it before. They just sent the technology up there the first time, and everything working. Ain't nothing fuck up.
Okay, do you believe in satellites?
Yeah.
They stay in our atmosphere though.
Yeah, I
They
about to say
don't
stay in the
go.
atmosphere.
Okay, do you know what certain do you know what's equipped on a lot of those satellites?
Hot air balloons.
Oh man.
what? What?
Rocket boosters.
Man, they got different, bro. They got all kind of different technology on those satellites, radio telescopes, all kind of shit that pick up different frequencies and sounds and all that shit, bro. They can produce, receive data,
But
and
but
all that, bro.
but we can agree like it's hot air balloons,
It's
though,
just
right?
like
Though.
okay, just remember when
Now hold on, but now it's
hold on,
hot
let
air
me
balloons,
hold on,
though.
bro. Let me know goddamn hot air balloon,
So
bro.
they
Stop the
just
cap,
find it.
bro.
So they just find the Elon Musk one of the Starlink joints on a hot air balloon by a nigga tracking where the longitude and latitude of it was. Nigga, it's a whole picture of it. Nigga showed the heat wave sensor, the marking and everything, nigga. And this is literally a label. It was labeled as being up in the atmosphere. Was supposed to be in outer space, quote unquote. Is a Starlink satellite, nigga. That shit was on the fucking high air balloon.
Man,
Same thing with the same thing. Hold up. Same
satellites,
thing
you
with
know how
the
many
Google
satellites up there?
satellites.
You know how many satellites up there?
Shit, a billion.
Bro, I used to install I forgot the name of the company I was working for, but bro, they had a damn like a little, it looked like damn like a iPad, right? Where you can track, you can find where the satellite was. And when you look it up on the thing, right? It show you all kind of satellites that was up there. You just had to make sure you was connected to the one that was with the internet service. So
Okay, so it told you where it was.
yeah, and it showed you other satellites that was
Have you? But have you seen where that was though? That's what I'm saying.
yeah, at night you can see certain satellites.
You can see in outer space at night, nigga.
Hell yeah, down in the
You
country, yeah.
Superman.
Man, bro, when
You
You
can
you
see
can
the
Superman,
International
nigga.
Space
Yo,
Station
this
when
too.
you
nigga Clark Clint. You
bro,
hear
you can
me?
see, bro, just like you can see the space station some
This
nights.
nigga, this nigga Clark Kent, bro.
Bro, you can see the space station, bro.
Yeah, this
All
nigga
that.
Clark Kent, B. I don't know
Nah,
what else to
man.
say. Like,
I'm
your name
saying,
is
bro.
Kal-El
They
now,
got an
my
app
guy.
right now. They got an app right now, bro, that you can go to show you where it's at and
Yeah.
where it can where you can time it, where
What?
you at,
What?
where you living at. It'll show you where you can go outside if it's good enough. You ain't if you're in the city lights and you can see the shit.
Yeah, nah, for sure. I think that further solidify what I'm saying, my nigga, because I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Ain't no human eyesight in this goddamn globe, universe, atmosphere, anywhere where you seeing some shit in outer space. So if you have seen the ISS or any of that shit, them spaceships at night, that's further solidifying because that shit in the atmosphere. Your eyesight definitely not looking out of this goddamn planet's atmosphere, my nigga. So I'm just
Bro,
saying,
you know how
take it how you want to.
you know the distance of certain stars and shit.
Word, you be seeing them.
Bro, you never went outside and seen none of the stars.
Bro, You talking about you actually see them?
You telling me you can't go outside and see none of the stars that's in the sky?
You know how stars work, right?
Man, no, bro. I'm asking the question. You told me I can't see in space, and I can go outside right now and see the what they call the Big Dipper and all that shit right now, bro. Because I'm in the South where they ain't hardly no city lights, bro. I see, man, bro. It's like the sand of the sea, damn near some nights. So you
Word,
telling me I can't see in outer space?
Yeah, be
bro,
real close, almost like you could
bro,
touch it.
bro. You see a space? I mean, you see a satellite with them stars?
Yeah, you stand still long enough, you can see certain satellites moving in the sky. Yeah, if you got the right kind of moonlight and hitting it and shit like that. Sometimes it be lit up. You can see it. Yeah,
You want to
I
know some
went out
funny
because
shit?
they had an app where you can go and you can time where the ISS would pass over where you at, bro. And I seen the shit. Just that simple.
The ISS will pass over where you at.
Yeah, if you time it right. Yeah.
So ISS pass over everybody at a certain time.
Yep, because it's orbiting around the Earth.
Boy, this nigga, that's crazy.
Bro, you can look it up, bro. Just try it out. You don't have to take my word
Yeah,
for it.
it's true. I agree with that. Definitely, yeah, because you can see it in certain places. It's like it emanates a different light from all the other stars.
Yep, exactly.
Boy, what I'm saying is that shit's in our atmosphere if we seeing it. And even if we talking about how stars work, we ain't seen no stars. We see light years. That's how they function, right? That's space time. It's light years. We still looking at shit. They say the stars we currently see is actually from like damn near a million years ago or some weird shit. Like we see the stars that the dinosaurs seen. They matter of fact, they're talking about how one star we seen was like we seen the explosion from the comet that hit the dinosaurs in outer space. So nigga,
Well,
we
what makes that difficult is the fact that it moves with the rotation of the Earth. So it seems as though it's more spontaneous than that, because you can see the Big Dipper um, on this side at, let's say, 7 o'clock, and at 9 o'clock you can actually see it move too. So that direct light um, is still emanating. So I don't think it takes that long for us to see it, because it travels with our rotation.
nah it's just how light years work. At least if we taking the explanation they give us. I listen. This is what I say. I don't trust none of this shit, and I think all this shit fake. I think it's just incorrect because the more knowledge, because the more knowledgeable you are, like you don't understand the little things. That's why I keep pointing out those little things that don't make sense with going to the moon, quote unquote, right? The little things, if that shit don't make sense and you can't align them, that's gonna fuck you up personally. Like if you're a person and you don't even know what your morals is, you mentally fucked up, and that's just the little things. So it's like, yo, it'd be in the best interest of people, like let's just say how they talk about them niggas back in the day, the Mayan niggas. They had God level niggas and Hercules ass niggas, these demigod ass niggas. I think it'd be convenient to control people to eliminate the things that make those things a possibility, which is probably like knowledge. Because unlike us, nigga, we got a bunch of movies and these phones and all this. Them niggas, what they tell us at least, they ain't doing shit but killing each other and reading books and fucking hoes and shit. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got no TVs and shit. It's just really get on your horse and take care of the cattle or some shit. Like, so they find knowledge. They found ways to utilize that shit. We don't really do that shit, bro. And I think it's because it's just that's how they want it to be. So I don't believe that shit with space, but I do believe certain things about like I think the best truth is a half lie. I mean the best lie is a half truth. I'll say that backwards. The best lie is a half truth. Like you tell some truth and then you tell a bunch of fake shit around it. So I think like the basis of the light years, like I think that's real. I think we really can't.
Well, I mean, you got to know the truth in order to tell a lie. I mean, I mean,
Nah, yeah, that's the point. We don't all know the truth. at this point, we as regular people, we just arguing about shit we is taught. We're not arguing about shit we know for certain on most things. Just like religion, niggas will argue you up and down about Jesus. They ain't never seen this nigga.
I agree with that because I'm not proficient in everything I spoke on, except for the fact that they didn't go there. But you got to remember, most of our technology would be in a far greater place if they weren't making on purpose poor people. Because as you guys probably know, some of the greatest minds are in the hood, and if they had the ability to pursue technology, there's no telling what we would have came up with. You got to remember this: in Africa right now, some brothers from their hood made a car that doesn't need gasoline or water, just self-propulsion. And these is hood dudes who made that from scraps.
Yeah, nah, them African niggas be wild. And I seen one nigga that was straight up making whips out of straight wood. You hear me? I'm talking about this nigga carve a wheel out this bitch, and he is kicking that shit on some Flintstone shit. Hey, but listen, he'll take like 12 steps, and then that joint will kind of do its own little thing. Like, nah, where he had it set up, like whatever the system was, it was like he had to run at first to get the shit going. But once it was going, until the nigga stopped it, it really would go on its own. That nigga might have to run but he'll have to run about 0.2 miles. I ain't gonna hold you. But that bitch is moving, cuz straight out of wood. Like, hey, listen, innovation come from nothing for real. And like, that's the thing with us as Americans, bro. We so lazy and shit. We got everything given to us. Niggas not innovative here no more. And we can't even think of like
That's not true.
Outside the box no more. Like we listen. I'm still of the mindset of like them Panther niggas, where it's fuck the system and I don't trust these crackers. That's not most people today. Like the Panthers today would have never made it because of how we even, like, we really accept a bunch of shit that I think we forget in the times of the people who seen this shit. They was like, hell nah. Like, the actual people who was there was like, hell nah. And we somehow switched our minds. Like, even the space landing, that doesn't come from the flat earth theory niggas this debating the fucking moon. Niggas who was there at that time period literally seen it was like, that shit don't even look real, nigga. Get that shit the fuck out my face.
You know it was black women and men that was inside of that
No,
space
it was
program.
white people. It was
bro,
white
it was
people.
white. It was black
Matter
women,
fact,
bro. It was black
no,
women.
listen to me. The first time I ever heard anything really in real life, I swear to God, first time I ever heard anything about the moon landing being fake with some white people, it was Red Hot Chili Peppers. They got a song called Californication. This nigga said, space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. That's the first time I ever heard. Before then, I ain't never even think. When he said that shit, I was like, what the fuck that mean? For like, that shit made me think like, space may be but it's made in is he this nigga saying space fake? Nigga, white people is who perpetuated that for any black women,
Man,
black men.
that nigga was probably high on. That nigga was probably high. That nigga, that white boy is probably high on every drug you can't name, bro.
And
I'm just saying, just because he said that line, that don't mean.
And this him in the 90s. This is my point. That's not him that's not nothing in the 60s. But it was people in literally the 60s. And I'm saying it was something perpetuated so much in their community.
People been having conspiracies
pushing this out.
Bro, people had all kind of conspiracies talking about reptilians and all kind of crazy shit.
All that shit come from crackers.
Man, but it don't make it real.
Nah. I agree with that. Every conspiracy ain't real. But when you see something that's actual, like, bro, for instance, when niggas used to say they got something when they be crop dusting the hood, they putting shit in there. Niggas used to tell them, y'all niggas conspiracy theorists. No, they weren't. Niggas was correct. Niggas just don't want to accept some shit sometimes. It's the same situation here for that moon shit for me. Because my thing is just, it doesn't make sense for anybody to say like we should abandon the moon race because it ain't profitable. We fight every day about fucking land. How's a big ass chunk of land not profitable? I'm confused as fuck.
bro.
That's why I said the only two things confuse me that I don't really like fuck with and why I can't trust governments is outer space. Cause these niggas ain't fighting over that shit, and Antarctica. Cause they got a whole fucking treaty not to fight about Antarctica. Which is
You know
weird.
they got a space treaty as well, right?
Yeah, I seen that shit. They got some shit with like
Bro,
Venus
so
niggas too.
so I mean, I'm just saying, bro. Come on, man. Hey, man, hey, man. Listen. Why have a space treaty if it ain't real,
Nah, I don't believe that shit real.
bro? Have you seen the space treaty? You know what it talks
Yeah,
about?
yeah. They talked about if I the one I seen was about Venus niggas or something.
And you know when they first from my memory, right? The first space treaty came when Russia orbited the Earth, and
Yeah.
that's when they I forgot what president was in office, but they came up with the space treaty because according to the story, they say white folks in America lost their goddamn mind. They's like, damn, if the Russians can orbit Earth, these motherfuckers can drop a warhead on us at any time.
Mm-hmm.
So they came up with a space treaty. That's the narrative that they push. So
I mean, shit. I don't really give a fuck. I'm saying shit. I don't believe that shit. Space treaty came out in terms of manipulation, in my opinion. That's just make an argument about some shit, make it seem like our lives solidified. That's what I'm saying. I don't trust no government entity, brother. They work together. Them niggas just really arguing about who got the biggest dick up there. Like that's literally all they're doing. But I don't trust them niggas. Hell nah. What y'all niggas like again? I always say that shit. Antarctica bother the fuck out of me. Like I can't lie. I was never a flat earth nigga, but I ain't gonna hold you. I went in there trying to disprove it. And what I'll say is even though I don't feel it's real, it was a lot of shit that really was real. And I think the main thing I got out of it is I don't know if I could prove the earth is round. That was the main thing. You feel me? Like
bro,
shit
it's
is
people that then flew over Antarctica, right? It's people that then took flat earthers to Antarctica to show them how the sun is in the sky for 24 hours.
oh no, it was a group of flat earthers themselves that paid to go out there for 24 hours. I don't that's why I said I don't believe it like the flat earth shit, a bunch of that shit about Antarctica. My thing with Antarctica is like I said, just about how it's a big ass chunk of land that niggas agree not to fight over. Weird as fuck. Niggas always fight over everything. And then the other thing too is Antarctica the only place I ain't never heard of nobody from. Like
So,
every place has some type of native race, indigenous race, but Antarctica. And I would try. I know niggas make the argument, well, it's too cold. That don't make sense. Alaska goes through the exact same thing. It's still people living there. It's a place in fucking Russia that's like the average weather is like -40, nigga. You could pour a cup of anything outside and they'll freeze in the air before it hit the floor. No bullshit in Russia. I can't remember the name of the place, but nigga, people leave their cars running all day long because if they don't, it's gonna freeze. That's real shit. And niggas should be frozen still running type shit. Don't tell y'all. So we can't be like, nah, niggas wouldn't let white people inhabit any fucking thing. Nah, they don't
well, I mean, that's just how it is when it comes to the unknown. You don't understand or you don't know nothing about Antarctica. You don't understand what it's all. So it's going. I understand your disbelief,
nah,
but
they
at the end
gon'
of the day, bro, ain't nothing. I don't think it's nothing. Special
shit. If it ain't nothing special, then why have a treaty for it? Like you were just saying with the space shit.
because you had a bunch of nations fighting over a part of a land which was pretty much outside
Ain't
they
nobody ever fight
jurisdiction.
over Antarctica,
They
nigga.
was they were fighting over because
No,
a lot
they
of people
was
were trying to
not.
place claim on. A lot of people was trying to place. Different
Bro,
nations were trying
please
to
shut
place
up.
claim. A lot of nations was trying to place claim on Antarctica,
Yo, Madon, please stop.
bro. I've
Yo,
seen
you
all
lying,
them
bro.
little arguments. Okay, why was they? What's up with the peace treaty then? Why is it a peace treaty?
It's no explanation. They just agreed to not fight over it. If you want to be very honest, no cap, you can look this up. Historically, the first nation to ever try to make any type of claim of Antarctica was Hitler. That was the first group, period. And he said he met some people over there and woo blah blah. Now, when the war got over, that's when the Antarctic Treaty came and everybody agreed to. So I don't know if everybody took what he said is like facts, and they was like, well, we all can go over there and look. You know what I'm saying? Just the regular people can't or something. I don't really fucking know. They never explained it. But after Hitler left, nobody else made claim to it. It's never been a claim to Antarctica besides Hitler.
I hear you, man. Oh, you think of Anunnaki over there and shit?
No. I think something over there that's vital to stay hidden. Maybe the truth about some things. It may be some native people over there. But I also think that may be a problem, right?
I don't know, man. But shit, I gotta ride out. But I get back with y'all, brothers.
For shit show. Y'all be safe.
Already. The things that we want, selfish things, superficial things. Well, they want to offer it. Offer it with, of course, strings attached. Some of these Satans that have hijacked and confiscated so many of the riches and the lands and the resources of our planet over the 6,000 million times they've been over our